Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're pleased to welcome you in the online practical webinar on the issues of sustainable development. We're going to be discussing how to start your own sustainable business in the creative area. Can you hear me right now? I can hear a bit of echo, but okay. Thank you. I hope that our technical support is going to help us a little bit to take down the echo, because it's not really comfortable to do that. Okay, good. So the practicum has been organized with the help of the EBRD in the initiative EU for Business and is being made up out of 2 modules. Right now we're in the second module, and the second module is going to be on the 29th of January. I would like to remind you that our main working languages are Ukrainian, English and Russian. So please make sure that you will take a look at the lower panel, or to the left, you can choose the appropriate language. And please make sure that you will see that Ukrainian is in Portuguese channel.
So let us get acquainted. I'm with the agency of Kreskop. My name is Olga Yatsenko, and my colleague is Tatiana Stachowska. We are the founders of the conference and the educational consulting platform of Kreskop. Our mission is to help business to project our successful future, to educate, to inspire, and to motivate the talents within the companies to transform with the help of the practical tools of design and methodology of future thinking.
Starting from 2018, we're making many different events happen, starting from the design functions and making different tools on resolving some specific business issues. We're helping the market to turn the design from the aesthetics function to those opportunities that are needed for the special tailored projects. All of our projects, they do help the representatives of the creative businesses to build up the culture of their company, generate innovative decisions and solutions, and to use interdisciplinary approaches.
Kreskop is about design, diversity, multidisciplinary approach, and future. This is the criterion which are the strength of ours. We're always saying that we are always projecting, we are the future, we are designing it. And design for us is the universal language which you can use for anything, both the way of thinking and aesthetics and the tools which can be used in business. This is the huge palette of pains and opportunity to impact this world and to do it partially nicer, partially much more diverse and diverse.
And for me, Kreskop is the soft power, the tool of the soft power. We're creating our own filters and inviting the unbelievable respected speakers and designers who transfer the new senses and the values that we all share. So we really want to show our markets the international knowledge, the trends, the experience, and to bring the expertise of the future.
For our audience, which annually is becoming more and more multidisciplinary and includes, as of today, both the owners of business, creative businesses, and marketologists, and advertisers, and designers of different trends, subject and design, and industry and fashion. One word, all of the creative creators and innovators, for all of those for whom design is inspiration and for whom design is a solution. We are investing with our projects everything, the most interesting, what's the most necessary for the professional development and to change the way of thinking.
Yes, and the main issue for us has always been the inspiration topic, the trends topic, project into the future. For 5 years ago, we have already initiated the Kreskop conference when we have started to discuss the issues of connecting design and businesses, understanding that design will not survive without the businesses and vice versa. The creative creators are needed by business, are searched by businesses. The businesses need creators to find the innovative decisions and solutions. That is how we started our dialogue, the dialogue between businesses, design, and education.
Yes, a year ago, with the support of EBRD within the initiative of EU for Business, we've created and conducted a series of workshops, Kreskop Business Education, to help smaller businesses and creative businesses to get to know how to use the tools of design in practice and This is a huge spectrum of tools, design thinking and service design, visual merchandising and design management, strategic design as well. All of that today can help smaller businesses to be quick and efficient in the designing of their services and strategies and communications.
Yes, and it is in the time of those workshops, with the help of our international colleagues, together with the representatives of creative businesses, we learn how the global trends can be applicable to the local environment, to the local language, and how we can use these tools of future thinking in our reality, because future thinking is the way how you can project and forecast your future. But at the same time, you have to understand that there's multiple solutions that you can use, and you can work with different scenarios in the future. You can discuss them, appreciate that, and use that. The future is already here. The future is already in your head. We're speaking about forecasting and designing, and it requires practices.
Yes, and rethinking the word adaptability, we understood that adaptability is about taking something, taking the experience, but in the good, positive sense of this word. We take the experience of our European colleagues and we try to use it here in the practice to adapt it to our reality. Of course, I must say that it's not about our reality, but after some time, gradually, even the skeptics can be sure and persuaded that what we are mentioning at the events of Creoscope really taking place with us here and now, and it really concerns us.
And the topic of our today's event, the sustainability in practice, is, we understand that it's a very broad notion that has become a part of our life. And today we believe that sustainability is the multi-dimensional term because it covers most of the processes that are currently being held in our society, to becoming plastic free, to having ethical behaviors. We are supporting the sustainable development of the companies in order to restore the balance in the planet.
To be a sustainable company today is not just a trend today, it's a necessity, a challenge. Business is stably developing only when we develop the environment around ourselves, when we have the careful attitude towards nature and change the traits of the characters of the people to the better, living through all of the complications and challenges of every day. We may tell assuredly that the most successful will be the businesses which do like that. And the situation with pandemics also emphasized that those solutions shouldn't be put up to the latest pace because these problems were got to know not even today. This is the changes in the climate, inequality, and also being poor, so poverty. So we can change the way and the attitude towards us, towards the world around us, our colleagues, nature, and health.
Yes, having been working for many years in the design sphere, we know what kind of a big drive the design has. We understand that the modern designers, they're working in the multidisciplinary sphere and they can provide you the highly working tools to switch to the sustainable development model. And you will learn throughout today's days how to use your voice, how to use your power of design to develop your businesses.
We, together with the experts and specialists from the Netherlands, Spain, Ukraine, Latvia, will consider today this transition towards the sustainable development in practice and the role of design in this process. You will see real cases and you will get some prompts how, in fact, design can help in the development of circular business models, how we should get to know how to satisfy the needs now without posing a threat to the opportunities for the future generations to satisfy their own needs.
With the specific examples, we're going to speak of how we can create the projects in the circular economy. We can then decide how can you make the production cycles into circular cycles, how we can rethink over all the existing tools and materials, how can we introduce the circular supply and circular use of the goods. It will have the benefits of the circular economy presented.
In the interactive discussions, which we have also planned, and I do hope they will take place with our speakers, we'll consider all of your questions and we may consider the practical cases which can be used for the creation of new business opportunities. And this is how we'll try to demonstrate, obviously, the ways of strategy, of the thinking, which can be used even today for the beginning and the founding of the sustainable business in Ukraine.
And please use this opportunity to receive the many different practical advice from our experts and ask your questions, please. We're going to answer all of your questions in chat, so please make sure that you know where the chat button is, and please make sure that you're writing all of your questions in the general chat box. And throughout our Q&A sessions, we're going to be covering all of the questions that you will raise.
The today's project is organized by the Agency of Creoscope. It's funded by the EU within the initiative EU for Business and is supported by EBRD. We are happy to give the floor for the introduction speech to the representative of the EBRD, Katerina Rik, who is responsible for the direction of the development of SMEs in Ukraine.
Katerina, we're pleased to welcome you in our studio. It's a pleasure for me as well, dear ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to congratulate and welcome all of you and would like to thank you for having this opportunity to join us today. Our event has been planned only for the Ukrainian audience, first in the creative industries, but we all know that COVID-19 has changed our approach, and now we have the opportunity for the unlimited access from people from all over the world to share these ideas, information, and tools, and to provide you, from people from many different countries, with the newest tendencies of the market, to help you to empower your activities and to broaden your knowledge. In 2016, we have signed an agreement in the framework of the EU for Business initiative for providing the consulting, informational, educational, and other support for the SMEs in Ukraine. In Ukraine, we're supporting SMEs for more than 10 years already. The support for SMEs is one of the priorities for European Bank of Reconstruction and Development. And throughout many years already, this approach has been supported by our loyal partner, the European Union. In the framework of Initiative EU for Business, we're focusing on the following sectors: the agriculture, tourism, the food and textile industries. We also support the activities for women in businesses and export supporting events. Together with the EU, we have launched the online platform of expert solutions that's called the Network Mreža, that will provide the SMEs the approach to the experts, to the library of the business solutions, and other useful data that is needed in order to plan and develop the business in any of those sectors. So I would really like to ask you and encourage you to visit this platform and to use all of the opportunities that have been provided there. Last year, we have as well launched the Know-How Online Academy for small and medium businesses from EBRD. It has been made out of 5 modules, so you can learn for the best business practices of how to resolve the main business issues during the crisis period. When you will finalize the course, you will receive a certificate. The creative industry is very interesting for the European Union as well. In the reality of the current world, every person, every one of us, at some point of time has faced the moment when they have to resolve the professional or their individual challenges. They have to use the new approaches. There is the high need of the fresh and innovative ideas, and what is the most important, in the tools of how they can be implemented. That is why the EBRD, in the framework of the EU initiative EU for Business, is supporting the creative sector. I do hope that our today's event is going to be very useful and very practical for all of you, and you all will really enjoy it. So stay inspired. All the best for you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Katarina. And I think we will continue. And we're going to now introduce you with our next speakers. Thank you very much. So the first speaker we're about to have right now, we're going to have Daria Biryukova, the founder of the Mixtura Studio. the curator of Creoscope from Netherlands, from Eindhoven. Eindhoven is the mecca of design and basically the home place of the Philips company. That is the starting point for many startups and many successful businesses. Every year, Eindhoven hosts the Dutch Design Week, and that copes all of the ideas from all over the world. And there is a unique design academy as well, with the main scientific laboratories, with a lot of fashion, humanistic projects from many renowned design studios and workshops, which you can see if you visit this outstanding and astonishing design week.
Studio of Mixtura was founded by Daria in Eindhoven in 2015 after she graduated from the University of Applied Arts in Vienna. Daria Byukova is a designer alchemist who is committed to her experiments with the waste and recycling, and she's trying to find clever, sustainable, and beautiful solutions for everyday life. She believes in design as a certain mixture which can help to treat this world for the better.
And yes, every project idea starts with an important research identifying all of the ingredients that can be seen after the utilization and recyclement. It requires the deep level of collaboration between different disciplines. Daria, are you with us already? We can see you already. We're welcoming you here in our studio.
Thank you very much for having me today in the studio or online studio. I'm glad to be here today and also to share my experience and my approach, let's say, in design and towards creating new businesses and new business strategies, let's say, in circular economy.
Супер. Так що запрошуємо вас і
Thank you. We're pleased to have you here, and we really would like to hear the presentation quite soon, the presentation you prepared for us. We know it's going to be very valuable and interesting for our audience. And once again, I would like to remind our audience that after the presentation will end, you'll have the opportunity to have the Q&A session with Daria. So please make sure that you will send all the questions that will appear throughout the presentation to the chats. So Daria, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I think the topic of today is very interesting because we talk a lot about sustainability, about it's actually a very complex topic, but how does sustainability act in practice? And in the first slide, you see this book, which calls Products That Last. And this book was issued in 2019. It's a research made by Technical University of Delft in the Netherlands. And it's a part of a Dutch governmental program from waste to raw materials. And basically, this book explains an amazing existing business models, which are already functioning very well from different levels, let's say from bottom-up initiatives to already quite, let's say, developed and known businesses, and also explains what kind of design strategies were used in order to create these business models. And for us, what is nice to see if whether we can actually use these examples and also these strategies to implement it in existing business, for example, in Ukraine, but also in the Netherlands, to see if actually these design strategies can transform existing business models to a circular ones. So we will kind of unleash the hidden gems, which hopefully will help this transition. And to start with, I also would like to share with you this amazing online platform, which is also published for free. So it's a so-called knowledge map about circular economy. And it includes a very, how can I say, very broad information about what is actually circular economy, what kind of benefits it offers, and also how actually the finance work. Because of course, it is one thing is to tell about all the design strategies and everything, how it can work, but it's also important to make the business be able to create money, to also create remuneration, let's say, of all this work. Because only in that way we can ensure that sustainability could last and also these businesses could last. To start, I would like to ask you if you're familiar with the so-called 3R approach. It's commonly used when we describe circular economy in perspective of use of materials. And what does it mean? It means that today we have to really focus on reducing, so use minimum of raw materials which we're taking out from the earth. Because you all know that, for example, today we are reaching the primary raw materials shortage. And the longer we wait, and also, let's say, the more dramatic this situation will become. So we really have to focus on creating business models upon which we use minimum of raw materials and focus on existing waste streams, for example, on existing materials that are not harmful. We have to also make sure that we reuse maximum of products and components. What does that mean? It means that, for example, if you buy a furniture or a piece, a textile, doesn't matter, everything what surrounds us, electronics, that we should use it as much as possible. And also, if the product finishes its lifetime, it's easy to recycle it, put it apart, and also use, for example, parts of it, this product or material. And of course, focus on high quality reuse of raw materials, so recycle, because recycle could have different aspects. And what we would like to do is that actually to add less primary raw materials in the next cycle. So every time we produce something, we'll make sure that materials could be recycled to the high end, so that we don't create like a less quality products out of it. Instead, opposite, that we can create the same quality materials, the same quality products from the same components. The good example of it can be actually mobility. It's in the Netherlands, there are now more and more popular so-called car sharing systems, so-called like My Wheels or we.Go. And what they offer is that now not necessarily a person has to own a car, for example. So you could have a shared car, and in such way you reduce amount of materials, because then you will produce less cars, therefore less raw materials will be used. You can reuse, for example, chassis or an interior of a car for the next one. So in that way, you will reuse as much as possible. Or you can also recycle. For example, if the car is made of high quality metals, plastics, monoplastics, and textiles, they could be then separately, let's say, sourced and recycled to make new cars. So it's really a system thinking. And in general, circular economy consists on, let's say, several, of course, components and elements, but the main ones are three. So we have to really sort of look into the nature, so how nature operates. So to use these closed cycles. Imagine in the nature we have a plant. It grows, it has its life cycle, and then it decays and it dies. But when it decays and dies, it becomes a food for a next plant, for a next growing species. So that's how also circular economy has to operate. So we have to run it on renewable energy and make this transition as soon as possible. And we also have to use the system thinking. And that is what it explains, is that if we act as a single, how can I say, as a single person or single country or single company, it will never work. So because everybody affects each other, also the same as in the nature. So I affect my neighbors affect the city hall, etc., etc. So it's really has to be a joint effort, and only in that way it can function well. So we have to make this transition from linear economy to circular economy, and make recycling very efficient, let's say, with no loss. And in that way, we have to make sure that we will avoid generation of waste throughout the value chain, so that no matter what we produce, we have no leftovers, let's say, no waste. And this is very funny. Let's say I would like to show you a very short movie, which maybe explains all this difficult, let's say, formulation of circular economy in a very short movie, which can be related to everybody today. I don't know how the best is to do, if I click it or we show it from the studio. Tatiana? I will try to show it to you.
Daria, yes,
Yes.
just 1 second. We'll start with video.
Okay. Yeah, this video is basically, it's short but informative. So basically you can see that every item that we create has to go through the cycles of recycling, and then we can source all the, let's say, valuable materials, metals, plastics, to create a new product or a new material. And then it's in this movie they show that then actually it's not really needed anymore that you as a person are buying new things or owning a new wash machine, but actually you can just rent it, let's say, or lease it. So you actually just buy not a product, but you are buying a service. And that's more and more common also in the Netherlands, to create a shift from business models where you sell a product to business models where you actually sell a service. So that's what, let's say in few words, what this movie was about. So, but what kind of circular business models then exist? So in this book of TU Delft researchers, they overview all existing successful businesses and also saw like how did they make their success? So what did create their success? And basically they define main 5 business models which could operate in a very efficient way, and that can also create new possibilities for businesses. So we start with first one, which is called a classical sustainable model. And by that we mean when we create a product or when we create a material, it has to be made for last. So it has to be through design, through materials that we use, through the way how we produce it. We have to make sure that this is a product which will basically stay with you all life, and also which could be given, let's say, to the next generation. Imagine it's like a heirloom, like a jewelry piece. So you have a ring from your grandmother, which you would luckily give to your granddaughter, etc., etc. So it's viewing an object with a very high value, and that means that even if the product will, for example, lose some kind of, I don't know, quality or coating will get a bit damaged, that means that you can return it to the producer, and producer will take care of refurbishing it, making it in a new shape, let's say assembling it, reassembling it over, and can sell it again. So it's really products which would never go out of fashion. And in this picture, you can see an example of a design from 1960s from Dieter Rams. And steel company, we saw it, they're still selling it, and it's still a very good sold product. Hybrid model, it's a second one, and the further we go through these business model examples, the more it's a shift towards a service. For example, hybrid model represents a product which is quite complex, and it is durable by itself, so it's made from good quality materials, but it is complex because it consists of many different parts. For example, like this Desco office furniture, it is a chair which consists, for example, of handles. There are the wheels, which, for example, after 20 years could fall apart or no longer be in the same conditions. So a company take care that these parts could be returned to the producer, and you can buy exact the same ones 20 years after, no matter how many, let's say, years pass, but you always will make sure that these parts are fitting to your product. And that's also a very important aspect of hybrid model. So no matter how complex the product or item you are creating, it has to be always compatible with the new parts which coming next years, and with the new technological developments, that still we know that the main frame, the main product will always fit. I hope that's clear, but because maybe later then when you have questions, I can explain a bit better, maybe with more examples. Intermediate barter. This is the business model which I very often use in my design practice. And that represents a business model where we create value for waste. So technically, you know that nowadays there is a lot of products, very complex, for example, electronics, but company like iFixit, what they did, they create a service where they can repair complex technical devices, but also they provide you with certain tools or kits, like on the picture on the left. And with these tools, you as a user can repair your own device. So it's really a business model upon which you provide also services, but also use these elements of a product, discarded elements or waste, to create new products or new materials. Another example is a precious plastic. It's also it's a project by Dave Hawkins, where he not only proposed, let's say, to create a new application for recycled plastic, but he also managed to create machines which would be easily applied to in any community. So they created the blueprints. These blueprints could be available online. It's for free. So every community, no matter what, where you're positioned on the map, you can download these blueprints and you can create your own machines to recycle plastics. So it's really a very interesting approach toward how can you reuse existing waste. So it's not, and it's not necessarily in plastics or electronics. There are plenty of other possibilities. Access model. This is a business model which already shifts a lot towards service. And here we're talking about products where which have a very high cost price, so very expensive products. And it's maybe easier to show it on example. For example, it is a Spotify. It's a platform where you can listen to the music. And if you would try to buy all the albums, let's say, from all the musicians, and it will cost a lot of money. And actually, it's not necessary nowadays that you need to do so. So these models propose you to not have the ownership, but let's say to use this service for as long as you want. And if you want, you can stop whenever you like. And it's also about Netflix. It's the same platform. It's a service. Or, for example, sharing the bicycles or leasing the battery of electric car. So a battery of electric car is very expensive and has to have some maintenance in certain years. So it's much easier to lease it and actually pay its actual service that it does, rather than actually own a battery. And the last one is providing service. So this is really only service-oriented business model. And a good example of it is Philips. What Philips did in the last year, they created a LED lease. And with that system, they don't sell a lamp, but they sell a light. And that's a big difference because, of course, it cannot be applied in a scale of a house. So you cannot say that you can lease a lamp for your reading table, let's say. But if we're talking about a big scale, like, for example, a hotel, or in this case, airport or a hospital, then it's much more interesting to have providing service and maintenance and repairment, let's say, of each single light bulb, then rather than sell it separately. So like this, a company, Philips, could take care of all the proper sourcing of materials, proper recycling, proper maintenance, so that client at the end, he just gets what is important. He gets the light, and the rest is all on hands of the company providing this service. So these are, let's say, very basic business models that exists today. And of course, it's there are more examples like that, maybe also already existing in your country, but sometimes it's very, let's say, difficult to find the ways let's say, how to make these transitions towards these sustainable business models. Because maybe you already have a business which operates well, but you don't know how to change, let's say, what kind of things you can change and where this hidden value is laying, for example. So which extra value you can have that will make this, let's say, this transition more easy and more smooth. And for that reason, designers are very needed, I would say, because in all these business models that we described earlier, designers were involved. And by designer, I'm not meaning, let's say, only a creative profession. So, for example, an interior architect or interior designer, product designer, but more a creative thinker. So a person with idea. So, and the person with idea is using the design strategies, which are also in this chart that you see, are 6. And there are all, let's say, ideally would be to use all 6 design strategies in every design. So in every product development. And we start with the first one, which is sustainable. So with this, we decide that the design has to be by default very durable, long lasting, so that it will, let's say, have a very long lifespan, and it could serve a person, let's say, no matter how long, so as long as you wish, but the longer the better. And the second one is we have to create design for maintenance and reparation. That means that even if the product that you buy durable, but if in 20, 50 years a part of it or something got broken, that you can easily get it repaired or refurbished. Standardization and compatibility. Of course, if you have a design which is, let's say, easily to take parts out of it, then you will be easier making reparations. So compatibility and the standardization means that even, for example, after 20, 40 years, you still can have a part which will fit your exact model. So in that way, the product could last longer and go throughout this, let's say, technological changements. Disassembly and reassembly, this gives you possibility to, let's say, through the life to change the function of the same product. For example, if I can take example of a table for the family table, a dinner table. So imagine that your family consists of 2 people, and then you want to enlarge it and you would like to change the shape of the table. You would like to have a different configuration of the table. So ideally, sustainable product should give the possibility to a consumer, a client, to do that. So let's say to be able to adjust it to your own needs. Adaptability and upgradability. And here we are talking about products which basically it's a bit a difficult one for designers, because when we create something, we would like that the item have this appearance, let's say a look for a reason, but we also have to give possibility for our clients and customers to create their own vision of it. So to be able to update it and upgrade it to according to their own needs. And I think that if you create a product which combines all these 5, so you have make a sustainable product which you're able to repair, which is compatible and standardized to the other parts, and you can easily disassemble it and reassemble, which is adaptable and upgradable, then you create attachment and the trust with such a product. So then you are sure that you would like to keep it longer, because then it's something that is made for you, you change it for yourself, and it's something you would like to keep it for maybe for all your life. And as I told, give as a heirloom for next generations. To show, let's say, how it works in the company scale, is DSM Niaga Cup is one of a good example of design for circularity, because they use this let's say a strategy to create a product which by default made to be recycled. So they create a carpet from monomaterial, which then after, for example, customer or client don't want to have it anymore, it can return it to the factory, and the factory take care of, let's say, disassembling it and recycling it in a good way. So in a way that it will not be, let's say, finishing up in landfills and being burned, let's say, but it's really a matter of a company taking care of the way how they produce the products and how they recycle it and how they sell it over again. This is an example of design from bonding for bonding and trust. So it's a strategy where we would like to create a product which you would like to have because you would like to see actually how it's changing. So how it's changing through wearing it. And it's a fashion item created color and Puma. And they create a collection of white textiles which are colored with a bacterial dyeing. And basically, because it's a bacterial dyeing, it also, every time you wash it or when it has a contact with your body, it also changes pattern in a way that it's fading. Let's say the pattern can fade and lose, for example, color intensity. And in that way, you can see that the product is changing with you. And that's, I think, also very, let's say, a trend which is very appealing, as I think also for young generations, because they would like to have something which belongs to them and something that they can relate to. And that is a good example. Design for dismounting and reassembling. I always use this example. It's already from 2018, but I think it's a very, it's a very appropriate, let's say, example to that. It's a project by Bureau Sla and Overtreders Day, and they created People's Pavilion. And amazing fact about this pavilion is that it was built completely from parts that were borrowed. So the beams, the glasses, the tiles, the roof structure, everything was made in a way that after a week of presentation, these parts could be completely disassembled and returned to the owner. And actually, it raises a question mark. Do we necessarily need to build a permanent installations, let's say? Or if we build an installations also for the exhibitions, do we have to make sure that we don't throw away then these installations after 1 week. So we really have to make sure that we can reuse it, or we can create the systems upon which all the parts of these installations will be then useful again. So in that way, we don't create waste. Self-repairable materials. This is kind of, it's a new direction which is now used a lot. And here we're talking about maintenance. So ideally, in the future, we would like to have products which have as less possible maintenance. And by that, you can imagine self-healing products or self-healing materials. In that way, Technical University Delft, they created the bioreceptive coating for concrete, and that allows a concrete to extend a lifespan of material. So if it will start creating cracks or something that let's say can affect the stability, they can apply this coating, and then it's self-healing, so it repairs the cracks on the surface. And the other example is these growing bioreceptive stations, which provides ideas in this case, it's a railway system, train stations, where this, let's say, coating also could be applied on the concrete, and this coating allows the green structures to grow. So, and they grow in a way that it's, let's say, the plants and all the greenery belongs to that specific area, that specific landscape. So in that way, you also know that you will have less maintenance, because it is these plants are supposed to be there. So they are also growing in the landscape, and they don't affect, let's say, the infrastructure. And with this, you can create more green environment, and also you absorb the CO2 emissions from the outside, so that it's, let's say, a win-win situation, and for the infrastructure and for the communities, for living communities around. Standardization and compatibility. Here we talk about the products which may be made of waste or made from the secondary raw materials, but still they are made in a way that they are compatible with the other products. So this is a company, Stone Cycling, and they created bricks which made of let's say waste coming from demolishing of the buildings. And these bricks have a standard size, so that if you like to apply it in the new facade buildings, it will be still possible. So that is also a very important factor, I think, in this transition. So we have to still make sure that the products we create, even if they made from the other alternatives, that still they should fit industrial manufacturing way. Because to make this transition, it will take, let's say, longer, it will take more time. So it is very important to keep it in mind. And now shortly, I also would like to give some insights about my own studio and what kind of design, let's say, strategies do I use, because I also realize that in my practice, I use these strategies a lot, and also the business models which I described, they're actually fitting my studio as well. I started studying in 2015 after graduation from University of Applied Arts, and today, since already 6 years, I help industries and organizations to review their production methods and the waste management. So basically, what I do is that I visit factories, I visit manufacturers, recycling companies. And the main interest of me is to see actually how their products are made, or how the materials are made, how they operate, and also to see their trash bins, because that's something where the hidden gems for me are. So, because then you can really see what is their, how can I say, what is their painful part, because waste, you always have to get rid of it. And nowadays it's very, how can I say, hot topic. So you try to create the solutions for organizations that they can use these secondary materials or waste to create profit, but also to let's say minimize their impact in the environment. And of course, many times these solutions can be applied, for example, inside of the same company where you take these materials. But as a designer, you can create let's say a system thinking. So you can say, okay, this is material may be used for other company. Maybe for other company, it could be a value and not a waste. And in such way, I create new products, new materials, new services based on this logic. And I start always small. So I have a studio in Eindhoven where I do some experiments, and it's a very, let's say, handcrafted approach. So very small scale, but still it allows you to do the first testing, first experiments, and it allows you to create this system thinking to understand which parties would you like to involve in the project to bring it forward. And if I talk about design strategies, which I use the most, is, of course, I try to create products which is by default sustainable. So I try to create a durable product which lasts. And I always make products that are standardized and compatible. And if I give an examples with my own studio projects, is first one is a ceramic glaze, which consists 60% of waste. And this project was created in collaboration with the recycling company. And here you can, I can say that although the project was initiated as graduation, so let's say I was just doing a small scale research and I didn't know whether it will bring me further. But with having a partners on board like recycling company, it makes you as a designer, it gives you as a designer possibility to expand. And that was the main focus of this product, to create a larger application for the ceramic glaze. And right now What we managed to do is we create several applications for tiles, for example, for facade tiles, for indoor tiles with this material. Moreover, we also now launching this year one big project with Czech architects for the city hall in Renswouder, and that will be, let's say, first building with these glazes, because of course, if you talk about waste, you like to find more use of it. So the more use, the better. So that's why I always try to find scaling up applications. And this maybe it's a good example for reuse, recycle, and reuse. It's a collaboration project with Urban Nature Culture Amsterdam. And I was approached as a designer to come up with solution for white tableware. Here it's very common secondhand stores, and they have, for example, 70% of white tableware, which people just bring. Which is no use, because nobody wants to buy white tableware over again. Or for example, tableware has very funny patterns which are no longer fashionable or no longer modern. So what I proposed is to create a new sets with this tableware, where we can combine different items such as cups, plates, saucers, teapots, with different origins, because in that case, you don't know where the cup or plate is coming from. But unifying it with one color, you can create beautiful sets which could be sold over again. So in that way, people also create a very nice, how can I say, bond with the product, because many times I got asked during the exhibitions, oh, I know this cup, it was my grandmother's once, I can recognize the shape. So people can recognize the shape, and that way they also create sort of a narrative about this item, and they like to buy it over again in a new color, in a new setup. So it works very well. So these kind of examples give you, let's say, options. How can you look into this waste material technically differently? And also, this is, for example, a good, good example, but one of also examples of intermediate barter. So here we really focus on using the waste material as a resource. Here you see on the pictures discarded waste from the ceramic manufacture, from the tile manufacture, and they accumulate a lot of overspray waste. So when you spray tiles or pottery, and it's for them it's considered waste for which they have to pay. So they have to pay organizations to get rid of it. What we propose is we say this actually could be a very good resource for us to use it for another applications. So we can use it as a source of pigment, for example, for new applications, for the bricks, for example. So in that case, we have a win-win situation. They don't need to pay for waste, and we don't need to pay for primary raw materials. And in this way, you really can create these collaborations, collaborative chains. So more parties are involved, and more parties are interested in the success of the project. I don't know how much time I still have. I think not so much, but I would like to briefly show the last two projects, which are more focused on using the waste materials from the stone manufacturers. Because during the pandemics, I was kind of trapped in my own studio, but I was looking into all the examples of materials I accumulated over years. And at that time, I was having research about disruptive quarrying industry. I don't know if you know, but from many stones, from 100% of quarrying stone, of mined stone, you can only use 3%. So for me, it was really shocking. What can we do with the rest of 97? So you saw the picture in the beginning of presentation with these mines. So this all 97% is laying there. So there is no use for it now. As a designer, I start to think, can we actually address this issue? And I start with this crystal growth collection, where we apply stone powders in the recipe to create this beautiful surface design. Of course, it's more an aesthetic project for now. But with this message, with this first experiments, you can address it to a bigger companies, to a big organizations, to say, hey, look what you can do with the waste, with your own waste. Can't we, let's say, apply it, and can't we do a new product range with that? So that gives them also a new opportunities, because then they create a new product, and it's also a new, how can I say, new value, and also new money for them. But that's something that designer can see, designer can find in the waste bins, let's say. And the same, GeoSlate. This is a research project we recently, currently working on with research universities. And I must say that in all my work, I never work alone. So I always initiate the projects, I always initiate the idea, and I make a lot of studies. But then to make projects successful, I always invite parties such as research universities, recycling companies, potential producers, and we try, let's say, together make this project complete. And that's, I think, one of the most important facts that designer has to make, because it's our in our power, let's say, to create these connections and organize the system thinking, let's say, systems which can support a circular product and shift to business models. Yeah, I think that on these words, I would like to finish the presentation. Thank you very much, and I hope you have questions, because that's maybe the best way to explain it in more details. Thank you.
Дар'я?
Да.
Дар'я? Да. Дуже дякуємо вам за цю презентацію.
Daria, thank you very much for this presentation. I can see that our participants has already written that it was very inspiring for them, and it was very interesting for them to follow you. I would like to say that we have around 15 minutes left for the Q&A session, and we're still waiting for the questions in the chat box or in the Q&A section. And while we're still waiting for the questions to cover, there is a question from our part, from our studio, because we know that you live in Eindhoven, and we would like to ask you to tell us a little bit about the city souvenir, the Eindhoven souvenir out of the recycled material, the spoon that you've developed together with the technology institutions. So how did you work with it as a designer? How did you work with the city? Whether this kind of collaborations are possible, actually, because we know that everything, all the best is being created on the intersections of different territories and expertises. And we should search for those different collaboration between different segments of art, fashion, industries. So the question is about your experience creating this signatural spoon.
Yes, actually, what we do is, sorry, I had to switch off the translation, the language. Basically, as I mentioned also that before, collaboration is one of the most important factors. And also in the example of Eindhoven spoon, as a designer, I created the, let's say, the shape, which could be representing the city hall, the city logo. But since Eindhoven is a brainport, a city of technology, design, and innovation, idea was to combine all these three in a souvenir. So for that, I indeed created connection with the technical university, because they were studying, they are doing a huge, let's say, very interesting research about 3D printing technology and about new materials which could be printed, what kind of properties they have. So we also used special molds to create the spoons. And then, of course, the glazes which were used are also made from the city of Eindhoven, so from the local waste streams. So in that way, in one souvenir, you can combine companies who, let's say, support you in that project, but also tell their story. So you, with one item, you can tell a story of a city and a story of companies that the city represents. So I think that in any project, I would say as much collaboration as possible. And I think designers could see these collaborations easier, because we could see what is missing, let's say, in the whole chain. So what is missing to create this success? And we can inspire, of course, also with talks and with examples. We could inspire the partners to join.
Дар'я, дякую. Ми ще
Thank you, Daria. We have already have the question from another studio.
how company remain profitable if its product are used forever? How can it survive for 20 years in order to supply spare parts? For spare parts, sorry.
Yeah, it's a good question. But I think that what is important to focus here is that not necessary that you have to produce the same items. The idea there is that you can also increase your product range, but still you have to take care as a producer responsibly. How do you make these parts, and that you are responsible also to recycle it and repurpose it. What is the, let's say, business model? So what is the profit? Is that in that way you will buy less primary raw materials. You will have to add less primary materials to create new items, and that will save you money. And the funny thing is that now we still have, we are not in a situation that we cannot buy plastics, or we cannot buy stones. But believe me, sooner or later, it will become an issue. And then as a good entrepreneur, you have to try to reduce your own costs for the primary materials, and try to make product last longer, and maybe also shift towards a leasing, so that the clients are not buying once from you an item and then, for example, you have to have it back, repair it, and sell it again. But you are actually selling it once, and then a client paying for the constant ongoing service. Yeah, I hope that was clear.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah.
Дякуємо.
Еще один вопрос к Дарье есть у нас. Сколько времени проходит...
One more question to Daria. How much time is between the idea of the search of the new material to the industrial sample? And do you have any precise regulations and algorithms of this work, Daria?
Yes, I would say that it is not a very fast process. If I can compare with the projects I have been doing so far, for development of glaze, for example, it takes us about 5 years to make patent and also to introduce it to a big market, to really scale it up for industrial applications. But now I also see that the more flexible industry becomes, the faster I think we could make this design. So that it's actually more about designer being able to convince industry that is needed, and that this research is needed now, and the transition needed now. So I think it's really a matter of a very fast understanding and standing on the same page, because then it can really increase the development phase, when everybody agrees that it's needed and everybody believes that this it has to be done, let's say. And the algorithm of this work, I would say first, just see what is already existing, what kind of research already exists, and also try to get in touch with these people, get in touch with their research, and try to see if there's possibility to collaborate, to extend this knowledge, because eventually knowledge has to be accessible to everyone. It has to be also applied, possibly to apply in every country, because eventually we live in one planet, and we would like to make a circular planet for everybody accessible.
Да, опыт сотрудничества со студией
Yes, the
Mixtura.
experience of the cooperation with Studio Mixtura in Ukraine already shows that, yes, there are some algorithms, there are certain understandable and comprehensive stages and schemes of cooperation and collaboration. So being in some cooperations with you, we are now beginning to understand them gradually. But of course, it's a huge competence of a designer. Today, he should be not just a creator, but also an entrepreneur, and to solve lots of other issues. And of course, the question of collaboration, how to know how to work with the team, with the city, if this is the task for the design of the city or with a business. All of that is not that simple in practice. But today we will get to know how to do that.
And I also wanted to say that there is another, maybe not a question or a question, maybe like an offer more. There is an offer to Daria to get in touch after the presentation because there is a very interesting experience. It's very interesting to learn from Daria's experience and working with the municipal bodies and the municipal authorities. So Daria, we will discuss it later on, and we're going to keep in touch with you on this issue if we may.
Yes, lots of interesting cases and lots of cases which concern the cities. And both the souvenir spoon and there's some tiles and glazes which are innovative out of the recycled materials for the roofs of Eindhoven and the bricks for the facades. So all of those are local products which are manufactured at the territory and used at the same territory. Nothing was taken from nature, so all of that was done basing upon the waste and the litter and the dishes which Daria has mentioned, the plates and the saucers, which were totally had to be utilized. They were assembled from different sources and they got new life. We could see that in the restaurants of Eindhoven. That was a very interesting case. There are lots of such cases, and we've got some guests here from the municipalities of the cities. They're listening to you attentively. They are listening to you, and they will be getting in touch with you.
And I would like to have another question. The question again. The questions about the competitiveness of these new items that have been produced with a sustainable approach, on their compatibility with the Chinese items and products. It's a little bit of provocative issue, but Daria, can you comment upon that?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. But technically now China production is not really by default bad. Actually, everything is produced in China so far, but we see more and more shift towards producing locally. And it's also the shift which has been made by designers, I think, through the communication of the, let's say, awareness, because now we know that all the shipments, all the, let's say, CO2 emissions that are made through the transport of the goods, so that amount of goods that we have to buy that comes from abroad. So as designer also, I think it's our initiative and our task to create products which could be produced locally, which also could use the local manufacturers, local resources, because also you can think that the waste is also everywhere different. And I think it will only increase the authenticity of each country to focus on actually what they have locally and what their local, let's say, beauty is and the local crafts are. So I think that it will raise also like the overall value of the country for abroad, but also for your own people, because then your own people will also know that the products are locally made, where they come from, what materials are used, and also most important, how I contribute by buying this or another item. So if I buy an item for China, I know that it's cheap, but I also know that I pollute my own planet, and that I know that the future generation will have this impact. And also actually we are already starting to have impact on that. So it is a matter of, let's say, your own choice, of course, but as a designer, our task is to communicate it and make it clear to consumers. Do a good choice.
Супер. Дуже дякую за таку відповідь.
Thank you very much for this answer. And right now we have already seen how important it is to transfer everything to the local spaces. Even how this situation that we all have faced, the pandemic situation, is forcing us, and in this way as well, to develop the local brands, to develop the local companies, and to help the local producer to learn more about what is going on around and to provide more.
Так, да, у нас тут невеличка технічна накладка.
Yes, we're sorry, we had a little bit of technical problem. We've lost the sound from Olga, but we would like to thank you, Daria, for this interesting and inspiring presentation. Thank you for opening up our conference today. And we would like to finalize our session with you. Thank you very much for being with us. And we would like to switch to the presentation of our second speaker for today.
Thank you, Tatiana.
Дуже дякую, Дар'я.
Thank you very much, Daria. We hope we'll stay in touch with you and we will continuing the collaboration with you. And we will continuing our conference further on.
I'm coming back to the studio to repeat again about the inspiring context of everything what happened today in the sphere of sustainable development, because our guests are speaking about the inspiring ideas of our speakers, about the wish to use them, and that in this request for the sustainable development, in this demand, we are all united. The people, the communities, the businesses, the environment, the states, the countries. So this is the topic which can really unite all of us.
And of course, and our participants, they're also reminding us, and I would like to, I was really sorry, during the Daria's presentation, we had a bit of a technical laydown, yes, and we were not able to show you the video that Daria has wanted to show you. Can I ask our technical service to try and to show us the film with all of the sounds again, to show us the video? That will once again remind us of how we treat everything, how we treat the production, the consumption, will give us more about the ethical consumption. Yes.
Mobile phones, fridges. We know they don't biodegrade. Here, we're talking about another sort of rethink, a way to cycle valuable metals, polymers, and alloys so they maintain their quality and continue to be useful beyond the shelf life of individual products. What if the goods of today became the resources of tomorrow? It makes commercial sense. Instead of the throw away and replace culture we've become used to, we'd adopt a return and renew one, where products and components are designed to be disassembled and regenerated. One solution may be to rethink the way we view ownership. What if we never actually owned our technologies? We simply licensed them from the manufacturers.
Дуже дякуємо. Ще раз цей фільм нам дає.
Thank you very much. We have now been reminded by this film about the treatments that we have and the ideas that we have towards the sustainable development. So let us go to the next presentation.
Well, first of all, we'd like to say, so express some words of gratitude to our audience that you joined us and you've found some time to take part and to be on air with us online and to take part in our workshop. This event is taking place within the initiative of the European Union, EU for Business, with the support of EBRD. And now we are in our studio, which is located on the territory of co-living Stockholm Studios, which is developing according to the principles of sustainable development. We are feeling that in this atmosphere. And we really have a nice mood to go on.
анонс знову для тих, хто, мабуть, ще
And
зараз
again, once again, a brief technical announcement for those people who have joined us right now. So please, if you need that interpretation to Ukrainian, please make sure that you're clicking on the icon that says interpretation, and Ukrainian translation is provided in the
If you
Portugal
need
channel.
Tanya's interpretation, you've got such an opportunity.
Okay, our next speaker, Pitusa Bolaño from Spain, is going to present us with a topic on circular economy in textiles and apparel. So we know that the fashion industry requires the change based on the sustainable development, and it should also cause the improvement of the images of the companies. And as a result, it will help to improve the overall flow in the industries.
Pitusa
So
Bolaño is
please
the
welcome
coordinator
Pitusa
of the
Bolaño,
group
the
on
coordinator
textile
of the
and
textile and
sewing
sewing
sector of the
sector
International
group of the
Consultation
International
Program of
Consulting Program of
EBRD.
EBRD. She has more
28
than
years of
28 years
experience
of
in the companies of
experience of
textile
working in the
sector, both in
textile sphere
retail
in
and
both retail and
manufacturing, and
production.
also
And she has
huge
tremendous
experience in the
experience
development
in
of
developing commercial
export
exporting
strategies
strategies for the
for the
textile and
textile
apparel
companies
companies
according to their
with their
individual
own marketing strategies,
strategies.
corresponding to their own marketing
Pitusa
strategies.
Bolaño
And Pitusa Bolaño has the
owns the
knowledge of
knowledge
the
of the
international
world textile
textile
sector in
sphere.
such spheres
She's
like
very aware
international
of the
distribution
international
networks,
distributing networks, of
consumers'
the
habits,
consumers'
and
behavior, and the
retail
pricing
position.
positions.
So this
So
concerns all of the
she has been
European
working with most
countries
of the
and also
European
the US,
countries, with
Canada,
US,
Mexico,
with
Bolivia,
Mexico,
Chile,
Bolivia,
China,
Chile,
Japan,
China, Singapore,
Taiwan, Russia,
Taiwan, Russia,
and
Morocco, and
Tunisia. So
Tunisia.
you can just
So
imagine
basically, you can just
what a huge
imagine how
scale of
tremendous,
competence of our speaker
expertise
and how interesting it would
Pitusa
be to
has.
pose
And
your
I'm
questions
sure that
for
you will
her,
have a lot of
because I know that
questions
we've
to
got
her.
lots
We
of
know that we have a
participants and
lot of
attendees from
participants who
fashion
work in this
industry,
fashion and
and I
textile
think that
spheres. And I
they
know that
have
we
even
have
more
more and more
questions.
questions to our speaker.
запрошуємо.
So, Pitusa, the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you. Hello, thank you for this warm welcome. Just a question: would you like me to share the presentation, or are you going to?
If you can share, it will be easier for you to click slides.
Okay, let me then try and share the presentation with you. Well, thank you very much. Yes, it's true that one of the good things of becoming older is that you are more wise and you have a lot of expertise and you have in many countries and many markets. So yes, let me see now. Can you see the presentation?
No, still not.
Still not. Let me see if it's okay now.
Yeah, it's fine. Can you make it for full screen?
Full screen, perfect.
Yeah, super.
Okay, great.
We can
Good,
see.
we did it. Okay.
Yeah. So we really.
I don't know if you see me also or not. I'm not sure. You can see me also?
Yes, just in small, in small screen, but actually we see your presentation. So everything is.
Yes, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and I hope that I can share with you and with all the participants a little bit of my knowledge. I am, as Daria, I'm an enthusiast about a circular economy. I think this is our goal, and we are all obliged, and we all have to work for it. And in EBRD, I am the team coordinator for the International Advisory Project, of course, only for the sector of textile and wearing and apparel sector, food, leather, etc. This is my sector. And what I see when we start working with a client, we start helping a client to grow and to develop, is that some things can be done. I mean, changes that are not very expensive, but that can give you a lot of benefit, a lot of profit. Things, some of the companies, some of you are already doing things and working in a way like circular economy, but sometimes you do not communicate enough. So this is also a topic that you have to consider. And as I will explain you later, production, lean manufacturing techniques to reduce the waste, the waste not only of materials, but the waste of materials, the waste of time. All this is important. Today, I'm going to give you a brief introduction to circular economy, and also, of course, cradle to cradle and slow fashion, and why a company should shift to circular economy. Some first steps in order to start integrating circular economy in your company's DNA, and how can you.We help you in if you decide to start. I don't know, do I need to wait for translation? How is translation going on?
We have simultaneous translation, so please continue, and everything for those who need, they can check channel for Ukrainian or for Russian.
So first, something that we already know, linear economy is this take, make, and dispose. And this is a pity, because our Earth, our planet Earth is quite small. And you know the number of inhabitants and how we are growing and growing. And as Daria was saying, the resources are getting smaller and smaller. So we do have to shift to circular economy. We do have to make, use, and recycle, and to consider second life, very important also, design to last, and zero waste. Here, I would like to show you an example. This slide is from Levis. I think Levis started to think about sustainability a long time ago, 2007. And just a pair of trousers uses 35 kilos of CO2, of carbon dioxide. This is like if you were driving during a distance of 120 kilometers. And concerning the water, this trouser is using 3,500 liters, but some trousers, some jeans can use up to 10,000 liters. So you can imagine the quantity of water that we are using. Concerning the energy, it's like if you have your computer on power during almost 2 months or 2 months and a half. I would like to say here that there is a company called Genealogia that, as you know, they are using new techniques. And for example, if you are using ozone instead of chemicals, you are reducing the environmental impact very, very strongly. So yes, we have techniques to be more sustainable. Sometimes, I don't know if we don't consider them just because we don't know they exist, or because we think that they are too expensive. I don't know. In any case, it's something that we have to start thinking. This slide is taken from Ellen MacArthur Foundation, and it's important to notice that our world GDP is growing, and the number of tons of garments that we are buying is also growing. And if you see, the clothing utilization is going smaller and smaller. I don't know why we use clothes not, only just one season, not more than one season. It's true that we are somehow pushed to change our wardrobe every season, but this mentality is changing. Extending the life of a garment just by 9 months, this would be two seasons, we would reduce the carbon impact by 30%. Cradle to Cradle was created by an architect, and the idea is that everything is a resource for something else. And the products or the materials from any industry or any country are eligible to apply for certification. I have left, you can see here below the link of the website, c2ccertified.org. And you can check online if maybe your product could be certified or not. You have 5 levels. Platinum is the top, and basic would be the basic. It's also interesting because this website has a link to a database of manufacturers certified cradle to cradle. So if you would like to start introducing cradle to cradle in your, maybe in a part of your collection, and you don't know which supplier to go, you can start looking at the website, and you can start by checking if the product you're interested in is already in this database, in their database. Biodegradation of textile fibers. The blue line is wool. Wool is it's done of, it's keratin and it's very, very easily absorbed or by earth. Just 6 months, or something like 6 months. I will show you a garment, a slide of a garment afterwards. And then we have cellulosic fibers. This is out of plants like cotton or viscose, linen. And you see that polyester, polyamide, nylon, all these man-made fibers take much, much, much longer to disappear. Fashion Revolution is an NGO, and in 2018 they wanted to do a survey, and you see that 5,200 respondents aged from 16 to 75 answered to their questions. 43% of them were saying that yes, they support sustainable fashion. And what it's important to see is the range. 49%, so almost half of this 43, were from 18 to 24 years old. This means that we are doing things well, that the next, the youngsters are very much committed to sustainability. And what is important is that they will grow with this idea in their mind. So today they are 22 years old, but in 5 years they will be 25, 30 years old, and so on. So if you start introducing a circular economy in your company's DNA, it's not just for today. You are going to have a demand today and in the future. You see that when they were asking what is sustainable for them, 37% were answering long-lasting garment. This is because I don't know, I mean, before manufacturers used to say, and this I have also heard a long time ago, that they cannot do the garments to last forever, because what are they going to do next year? How they are going to what they are going to produce? Well, the Earth, as I was saying, we are the population is growing, so no worries. You can still produce, and you will still sell. Or also some of your collection can be like, you know, adding parts to something that is already that you have already bought. But we cannot think that we have to produce only to last one season. This is not sustainable at all. Concerning marketing, you have seen, and here I'm showing you some brands, and they have changed. They are changing to sustainable fashion. Why they are changing is because there is the consumer is asking. There is a trend. So this well-known brands, these well-known names cannot stay aside of this very, very important trend. And you have Zara from Inditex, or Adidas, or John Lewis, H&M, that are really working hard to include sustainable strategies, not only in the products, but also in the way, I mean, in the sourcing. If you go to Inditex, for example, you will find the manual or of how to be a good supplier, and what Inditex is going to ask you if you want to be a supplier of the group. And this is because, as I'm saying, there is a change in the consumer behavior. And this is what the consumer is asking more and more. Innovative business models. I'm very proud to share with you these slides and to share with you this company, Micolet. It's a Spanish company from the Basque region. It started just 5 years ago. Well, 5 years, yes, 2015. They buy second-hand clothes from brands and retail shops. And what they do is to resell and to distribute them. The profit is 25% charged to customers. Nowadays, they are present in UK, in Germany, in France, Italy, I think also. And their turnover is between 3 and 4 million euros. So sometimes we have to, you know, to think, what can we do? Because there are innovative business models in circular economy. We only have to go out of our comfort zone and say, okay, what can I do? Another example. Net-a-Porter is a well-known marketplace, and they have launched this Net Sustain. Net Sustain is only with offering products from brands that are producing in a sustainable way. And to finish with these examples of profitable companies, I would like to share with you this outdoor apparel company, Tenua. Tenua is thinking all the products that they do. It's very similar to also what Patagonia is doing. All the products that they do are the concept of the design is sustainable. Also, they are promoting campaigns. One of their products is done out of plastic and out of waste taken from the sea, from the ocean. They take all the plastic, they treat it, they recycle, and they do technological fabric. As you know, there is, before it was a niche segment, but now this niche segment is becoming more and more important. A niche segment of vegan people, a niche segment of people that we want to live in a better world and in a sustainable world. And the way we dress has to be aligned with our values. So considering to include these values or to shift to circular economy, I think it's profitable, of course, for all of us in an environmental way. But if you are pragmatic, it's also profitable in economic way. The other thing that we find when we enter in a company is that there is no lean manufacturing or lean manufacturing idea can be improved. So what we do, what our team of advisors does, is to consider and to think the layout of the production flow, to minimize the time, to minimize the transport, to minimize also the waste of fabric, to assist and to train the employees in how to reduce waste in production. And all these, we do it with taking in consideration that we have to be efficient in cost. I mean, we don't propose expensive equipment. Sometimes, as you will see in the next slide, we even design with the company in very costless equipment, but useful equipment, and we train them to reduce the defects, in order that also reducing the defects, what from the design concept and from the production concept, what we do is not to have so many second choice quality garments that unfortunately have to go maybe to landfill. But production is important, lean manufacturing is important, yes, but the main or the essential part of thinking circular economy in fashion is in the design process. There is where the designer has to be very careful to think, number one, am I designing to last? Number two, do I have low waste in mind? Zero waste? Upcycling? Is this possible? Is my garment going to is it going to be easy to repair it? Many times maybe you find that you see a garment in the shop, with some little accessories. And once these accessories break, it's so complete, it's almost impossible to repair. And so it's almost impossible to use the garment again. Sourcing. Where are we sourcing? China is not any longer our sourcing number one. COVID-19 has changed and has disrupted a lot of our paradigms, and companies, main names that we all know, and also the others not so popular maybe, are starting to source nearby. First, because it's easier, and if you have a problem, you go there. Second, because now that that we have to all these financial and maybe economic crisis that we don't know yet the extent, we want to our neighbors to start working. So sourcing nearby, it's a fact. Lean manufacturing, we have to also to start thinking of, okay, accepted 15% waste, but maybe I can do it better. And the fourth pillar is the communication, to creating emotional value. Now it's quite easy because we have Instagram, we have Facebook, so it's very easy to reach our consumer, our end consumer. And a garment is not just a garment, it's the story that's behind a garment. This is the slide of the garment. It's a biodegradability test. It is done. The garment is from New Zealand, a New Zealand company called Icebreaker. It's 100% merino wool, and they it was buried during I think 9 months in the earth. And you see that at the end of the 9 months, what you have, all the wool has disappeared, except the line that this, and except this white little thing there, that it's the labels, that of course is not cellulosic and it's not wool. So except the thread and except the care instructions label, the rest has totally disappeared. Another idea, maybe for your marketing tools, give away a bag, a goopy friend. You know, we are having a huge problem with nanopolyester. So the bag helps to capture nanopolyester during laundry process, during the washing process. Maybe you can give away a goopy friend bag to your clients in case they have any polyester garment. Here you have a list of some useful things, links that I think that will help you. Of course, you have Ellen MacArthur Foundation, and also the last one is the Fashion Revolution org, is the consumer survey. So if you are interested to read all the consumer, you can download the PDF. You will also see this Ananas Anam link. This is Piñatex. Piñatex is a fiber done out of pineapple. I was in Philippines 2017, and they were starting to promote it, to distribute it. It has taken a lot of years. It looks like leather, mean, they take the pineapple leaves and they needle punch it, and it looks like leather. I remember at that time, I think it was Puma or Adidas were doing some prototypes of sneakers. So it's interesting to consider it instead of leather. And where can we help you? Well, you know, the you.We small business team has international advisory programs, also local consultancy, and also, as Katerina Rik was saying, training and knowledge, the Knowledge Academy. The most requested topics that we have or that we find: production best practices, to help in design and in product development, adapted, of course, to circular economy criteria. The improvement of technical skills. We help in pattern making, in knitwear programmers, in shoe modelists, visual merchandising. It's very important to communicate your mission and the value of your brand. E-commerce, because now we realize that we have to have an online e-commerce. Export business matching, of course, and quality assurance, and also assistance in certification, mentoring, and guidance. In case you want to think in a more in-depth transformation, our banking solutions for strategic investments and tailored guidance, we can assist you in if you want to change or to improve your equipment, if you want to install a new water treatment plant, if you want guidance in the elaboration of a financial and business plan. Our database of advisors, senior advisors, here I have written 2,000, but I think we have more than 3,000. And at present, we have done about 3,400 international advisory projects completed to date. In my last slide, I'm leaving you the contacts of you.We Ukraine contacts. So please feel free to call us or to send an email, and we'll be happy to hear from you.
Pitusa?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Yes, thank you very much. It's really a lot of things to think about. And we are entering into the really new era, and everything should be changed. Not
should be
immediately, yeah, but step by step. And yeah, of course, I would add that maybe our mentality also should be changed. What do you think?
Our mentality should be changed, but I think we are. The mentality has already started to change, and companies are starting to consider that it's important to do something for the planet. I mean, not only to, of course, to have profits. This is also important, yes. Because it's a company is not an NGO. We have to have a positive EBITDA, but we can have a positive EBITDA being sustainable.
Yeah, it's definitely. And by the way, we have already some question, and I'm asking also the audience to join and sent to the chat your questions to Pitusa. How profitable are sustainable companies in comparison with classic? How ready is the customer to pay premium price for sustainable product?
As you were reading in that fashion survey, it seems that only 13% of the participants were going to accept, or were accepting to pay 10 or 15% more. But this is something that is changing. And secondly, I was saying that every day more and more we want to eat healthy. We also want to you have this vegan market segment, and you want to be dressed in aligned with your ideas. What I would say to those companies that are not yet fully involved in circular economy is to start launching a collection, maybe a second brand, I don't know, with circular fashion, with circular economy DNA and concepts. Because maybe today, the majority of the consumer is not willing to pay a little bit more, but in the next years, and also if you tell this consumer, look, this pullover, this trouser, etc., is going to last 3 seasons, 4 seasons. You are buying this garment, but it's going to last many, many, many months. So maybe they will change also. This will be a trigger to pay a little bit more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
it's not easy. But I know it's not easy.
Да, нет сомнений, что нужно начинать, но...
Well, of course, we need to begin, but what we should begin with? Because you said that this is only an introductory lecture, but you also mentioned so many questions of design and raw materials and manufacturing and communications. All of that needs to have a proper transition of the principles of sustainability. So I've got the question from a very small representative of the small business in the sphere of sewing or fashion industry. What we should begin with?
First, what we should begin with is if the owner, if the CEO, if the CEO is really willing to change. I mean, if the owner, if the entrepreneur, if the main the person who decides wants to change, the company will change, the staff will change. And imagine that you say, okay, where do I start? Design. Believe me, number one, and the most easy and less, you don't need new equipment. You have to think, rethink your collection. This would be the number one. Of course, new equipment, what I was saying, please, if you can, or immediately that you can, do buy a laser cutting table, because manual table is very, very expensive, because you cannot be efficient cutting in a manual table. And number two, also, don't buy, what I was saying, the warehouse is full of this little end of fabric rolls, and it's sometimes the warehouse, it's a fortune, and the warehouse is where all the money is frozen. All the benefits, sometimes the profits, the benefits of the company are there. So in your sourcing strategy, there also you can be efficient and you can be more sustainable. Buy what you need.
Спасибо. Мы
Thank you. We are really grateful for you for that help and which you give here in Ukraine, which you provide in Ukraine, because inviting our guests, the participants, to take part in the workshops and sending some info about your participants there, we got lots of feedback that, yes, we are working with Ms. Bolaño, and we are already conducting those steps. And that was really cheerful for us to get to know that we are not only speaking, but we are also acting, development in doing. So we are acting now.
I have also one more question from the audience. What do you think can be done to promote sustainability in circular economy, if not via financial figures?
You mean to promote in social media?
Yeah, I suppose that to promote, like to communicate about, to promote idea, yeah.
To promote idea, if we are saying how to promote the brand values, I would, what I would do is first, I don't know, maybe the brand, maybe the company that, or the person that is asking me, I don't know if they have a brand already. What is the story of the brand? Any brand has to have a story, and the story has to be sustainable with what the owner wants to say to the world. And I will check all the visible, all the visual merchandising, everything. How would I start? Of course, the expensive way is to ask a communication agency to do it for you. But if we are, another solution is to prepare a brainstorming discussion with your staff to start thinking, okay, the tags, which material is my tag? What do I have to? Which is the message that I want to give? And also in Instagram and in Facebook, to prepare a strategy, to prepare, monthly or bi-monthly messages.
But I have more like explanation to the questions. To promote the sustainability in general, to attract more people to embrace the idea.
So, I see. Well, you have to attract in general. I think we need to communicate it, and for this we need the help of the government, the help of the chambers of commerce, the help of the assistance of the associations. We alone, we can do a certain buzz, but if we want to change the mentality, we need the help of the government.
And more stakeholders also. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. One more question also. So if we work in the slow fashion segment and work with nylon, we kind on.
Can you please share where we can find the surveys and research data about the pollution from fashion industry? Okay, yes. Well, first, I didn't explain enough slow fashion and fast fashion. Fast fashion is the fashion that lasts a very short period, and slow fashion is the new trend that what we try to do is that to last a garment more than one season. Nylon is polyamide, so nylon is it can, of course, it is not very sustainable. The participant is asking me where they can find research data about the pollution from fashion industry we can measure. There is a tool that measures the majority of the materials of chemistry. I don't remember here, I don't have it in mind, but if you please take the email of this person, I will send it to you this afternoon and you can answer him or her. But there is a tool that measures all the chemistries from all the chemicals, and it measures and it gives you the environmental footprint. So yes, it is feasible to know it.
Thank you. And зараз українською скажу, що я хотіла б нагадати нашим
I would just
учасникам.
say that in English that I would like to remind our participants that there are some very specific questions that they would say, and maybe sometimes we're not really able to understand this, what you actually mean if you write it only in 2 lines. If you would like to go through the very specific issues, you can press the button that says raise hand, and we will turn you on the voice regime. So we will be able to give you an opportunity to explain your question fuller, what you mean by that, if you won't be able to write it briefly and precisely in just 2 lines in the chat box, for us just not to reimagine and keep on guessing of what you would want it to say. And another issue that was as well concerning the previous question. So the synthetic garments, they have a longer life cycle, but natural is more degradable. So what is actually more sustainable, the long life or the faster degradable level?
The problem with the long life of polyester or synthetic man-made fibers is not the garment by itself, is the way that we use the garment. Because if we don't use it more than 1 season, then there we have the problem. So yes, you could think that, okay, if we are wearing a polyester garment, of course, this polyester garment is going to last years. The problem is that we don't use the same garment for years. So we just use it for a short period and we throw it away to landfill. And then there is the problem. The problem is that polyester is not a natural polyester from oil. Of course, if we start to produce fibers from other cellulosic how you say what is the from other natural sources like potatoes or like now I don't remember the name. If it's not from oil, then yes, it is sustainable.
Thank you, Vizusa. And I have also my own question about, for example, Spanish consumers. What can you add? Because what we can observe here in Ukraine, that we don't have so many consumers who really are not, is still not so big quantity of people who is looking for all these etiquettes and, for example, that such garment or some other products should be reused or made in sustainable way. What about Spanish or European consumers? How now? What can you add about how is changing their behavior?
Again, I think COVID has changed. Although maybe some companies think that after the vaccination we will come back to where we were 1 year ago. No, I don't think this. And what is changing also in the consumer habits, you can see it in the way that big brands are closing shops, are closing big stores in some cities, because the online the online e-commerce has increased. So it makes no sense and it's not profitable to have a big store in almost every village. This will also, I think, help the small designers, the smaller companies to promote again their garments among not the massification. I mean, I don't think that we can right now we can say that circular fashion or garments with circular fashion DNA are for the massive people, but for the massive consumer. But this is also something that is changing. I remember 20 years ago, the orders of these brands, Spanish brands that we all have in mind, some of the orders were 45,000 garments done in three, in three times, 15,000, 15,000, 15,000. Nowadays, these brands don't give right away 45,000, an order of 45,000 units, no more. Why? Because the consumer behavior has changed. Now we don't want to go dressed all of us in the same way. So we consumer are the engine to make things change. Going again back to how to promote sustainability in general to attract more people, I think that sustainability is already there, and with a little bit of help from the chambers of commerce, from the institutions, to create associations and platforms of sustainable lifestyle, not only fashion, not only garments, but sustainable lifestyle. This is where we can help changing the mentality of the consumer. I mean, and in general, it will also help circular economy fashion.
Thank you. And українською скажу зараз, тому що питання від...
I just wanted to once again switch to the next language. The question from Natalia. Thank you very much for the interesting lecture. But could you tell us, please, about your own wardrobe? How frequently do you buy new garments, and for how long do you wear the clothes that you buy? How do you find this balance in order when you need to be dressed according to the fashion, and how do you balance it with the need to be ecologically sustainable?
I had the same question, in fact, because that was rather interesting, whether you use the concept of responsible consumption, and which brands do you choose? Maybe I should remark something.
Thank you for this question. I have to say that I don't use polyester at all. Never, ever, never. I mean, bed linen, everything is cotton, for example, or even linen that is very, very fresh, and polyester or nylon, ever. Wool is fantastic. Alpaca, cashmere, and I'm normally dressed in black or in white. So maybe this is a little bit typical also from people in fashion, that we always touch colors and we always are with prints. Today, to be here with you, because it's always I was saying, okay, thinking, what can I wear that is not black? I don't have many things that are not black, but when I buy, I try to buy long-lasting garments. I cannot say brands because I don't think it would be very professional from my side. But no, I don't buy very regular garments. My garments last 2, 3 years, 4 years easily, very easily. I also have to tell you one secret. I take care of my garments, and I wash lots of things by hand, lots of things. So maybe this is also why they last.
Yeah, nice.
Спасибо. За рецепт.
Thank you for this receipt of long-lasting garments from Petusa, for such pieces of advice, and of course for your professionalism and assistance and help for the Ukrainian SMEs.
Да.
I just would like to finish by remembering you that I have a question to answer. So I will send to Tatiana my answer this afternoon via email.
Super, thank you. Have you examples where digital works well with helping sustainability? I'm wondering how clothes can be recycled, maybe some educational projects for being aware.
In the links that I have sent you, the one of Ellen MacArthur, there are some links of free training, free knowledge, and I don't remember if probably there are other institutions that are also giving. You can download free. I don't remember right now if there were also in the links that I have shared with you. I will check and I will send it to you by email.
And we will distribute later among our participants. Okay, so really a lot of things to, as I mentioned before, to think about. And first of all, we are starting by ourselves, from our attitude and from our behavior. And what, as consumer, I can add that during last year, I see how really poor textile quality. It means that also we have to think about how through textile quality to make clothes to live longer. Because I have some garments which I still can wear 20, 25 years, which I bought 25 or 20 years ago. And the quality between these clothes, which I can find now, is tremendous. So it means that this clothes is still works. I mean that I can still wear.
Just let me, if I may give you an example, a pair of trousers, a pair of jeans that these brands buy in tons. Done in Bangladesh, for example, they cost for not even €5, and these jeans are sold to the consumer €20. So you can imagine €5. With €5, you have to make the fabric. You have to make the treatment of the jean treatment. You have to cut it. You have to sew. You have to transport it to I don't know 12,000 kilometers, and then you say no, but I'm only paying €20. I don't want to pay 35 or 40. So you have to be consistent. And what do you want? You want that for €5, well, that they use technology maybe, or that they use chemicals that are more expensive but better and less polluted. It is, you cannot pretend that for €5 you get the same product than if you are paying a little bit more. I'm not saying that you are paying more because of the brand, because we also know that sometimes because you are a brand, you have to pay a lot of money, 100 or €200 just because you are a brand. No, I'm talking about the cost of the product. So
I would resume that the less is more. So to promote also probably the idea that it's better to make some savings and buy maybe a little bit more expensive product than each 6 or 8 months to buy such cheap and short lifelonging clothes and everything. So it's the question of communication less is better for all of us, for planet, for consumers, for brands.
And you know, some Italian companies, what they are doing, some brands, is saying, okay, you come back with my pullover, with my garment, and I make a small discount of 20% in your next if you buy another one. So this is also very important, because this creates like a, you know, like a link, like a loop. And I know that if I go to the store and I give back the pullover or whatever garment, and I receive a 20% less, you know, a discount in my next buying. So, and the brand can reuse this wool garment, for example, and you can have, you know, you have recycled wool. So it's a win-win situation.
Okay. Thank you, Pitusa. And but we have to finish now our discussion. We have our also timing. So thank you very much, and we will distribute among our participants all information and links and everything after we'll finish this practicum. And thanks you again, and we'll continue with a short break. After this break, зараз я прийду. Вибачте, на українську. Зараз ми переходимо на
Right now, we're going to continue with a short lunch break. We're going to get back at 13:15 in half an hour. And after this break, we're going to continue with the presentations and discussions with the two very interesting speakers who are going to show us what kind of new materials you can use. What kind of new materials you can use?
It's enough to say that the next part will belong to designers. And I'd like to express my gratitude to all of the speakers today who already spoke and the participants who took part in the discussions. And I'd like to mention that our aim today is to provide you an opportunity to get the necessary information, insights, tools from the first hand, directly from the professionals in the sustainable development sphere. Don't lose the opportunity to ask a question for our high authority experts and to get an opportunity to get an answer, professional consultation, recommendations. So you can share even your own experience in the sphere of sustainable development. Tatiana has told how it can be done. You can go on air and with us and to tell about your case. So we are waiting for your questions. We are going on with our workshop, which is going on within the initiative of the European Union, EU for Business, with the support of EBRD.
І чекаємо на вас о 13.
Thank you for your participation, and we'll be waiting for you at 1:15 on Kiev time. So we'll have a short break of 25 minutes. Thank you very much, and see you soon.
Ну що ж, дорогі друзі, ми продовжуємо.
So, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, we'll continue in our event. We do hope that you had a little bit time to rest, and we have our next speaker already connected to us. We have our next speaker, Billy Van Katwijk. So, Ola, can you introduce her, please?
Yes, that's a very interesting block which is beginning here with the designers. And now we'll have the speech by Billy Van Katwijk, conceptual designer from the Netherlands. She will make you know how to find beauty in the unexpected and to use the philosophy more than aesthetics to work with your heirloom, with your beauty of non-traditional materials. And she raises the closed topics and taboo. In her projects, the wastes from the manufacturing of the forestry, which are mostly done to the landfill, are transformed into the luxurious leather of wonderful fracture and texture. The waste of canalization can be the diverse ceramics, and ashes after cremation is transformed into the gentle ceramics and gives you remembrancings. Billy Van Katwijk projects and provokes you for the dialogue and the search of the new forms and subjects with which we together will be able to understand ourselves better. She teaches us animism, the faith that the nature and material objects have soul, anima, an ability to look at the world in a new way, and to have the soul among the objects, investing all of the wishes, emotions, and hopes and expectations for the better future. Our favorite trend guru told that people will value the subjects which they chose and their property, which will lead to the growth of animism when the objects will be equally treated like the pets, whom we love and respect.
Скажу, що Білі говорить так, мене заворожує природа, вона
And as
нескінченна.
Billy says, you know, the nature fascinates me because it changes its shapes constantly. It dies, it regrows. These natural cycles inspire different materials. Some of them are already known for us and some others still unseen. And with the help of the design, I really want to reappraise something that has been slipped out of our sight. And in her lecture, Billy is going to show us how she approaches design, how she approaches the manifestation she has said. So Billy, we will not take your time. We really are eager to hear from you and we really want to listen to your presentation. So please turn your sound on. I see that you're still muted and we're ready to welcome you.
Well,
Ну
thank
що
you
ж,
very much for the introduction. I will start and share my screen.
yes.
Let's see. 1 second. There we go.
And if you can make full screen, super.
Yeah, this you can see it, right?
Yeah. We can see, we can hear you perfectly. So we really waiting for you. Yeah.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. Well, thank you. I'm really happy to be here. I'm Billy van Katwijk. I'm a product and conceptual designer based in Amsterdam, the Netherlands. Today, let me see, 1 second. So, just also have to adjust a bit. There we go. Today, I will introduce my studio and my projects with you, also on the base of my experience with different clients. And I hope to share my experiences and see if we can learn from each other But first I will share my thoughts on sustainability and my approach to materials and objects. But first, before I'd like to start, I would like to start with a question to see what resonates with you, since I cannot see you and I cannot read my audience. I would like to start with a question to you. Do you have questions or expectations up front regarding the experience with clients or the sustainability or materials that you want to share or introduce, to see if I can cover that in my presentation or elaborate on it, maybe via the chat? Are there questions now already up front, or expectations that I can bring in to see, also a bit to meet you and to see what resonates? I think I cannot see the chat. If there's oh, there we go. Hello, I see. Hello to you too. Well, if you need more time, I also understand that. Well, oh, thank you very much. Well, we have a Q&A later, but I would love it to be also interactive and to hear from you. We can do it also later. Then I will just start, drop your questions in the chat, and we can give attention to that afterwards. Thanks. Okay, so oh, I see more in the chat coming. Yeah, we will have questions after. Sure, but because I cannot see you, I thought to say hello like that, but that's perfectly fine to start with that. Okay. So first I want to start with sustainability in practice, the theme of today. And sustainability is this really large and broad topic. And I see that it fits in sort of this boxes that I see that most resonate: so gender, racism, and climate change. A lot of projects are put in those very topical subjects and are about this. And my work then fits in the climate change corner, and I still see that then sustainability is then sort of the positive side of it. And I want to start with this because personally I never talk about my work, because I will start just now with my very personal approach and experiences. So also feel free to disagree, and we can talk about this later. And this is how it works for me, but for you it can be different. Sustainability to me is something I only use for funding application, and I don't reflect on my work like that. It's used a lot, and I start just by questioning, what does it even mean? So I just looked up the definition, and I just thought to go with the one from the United Nations. Already in the late 80s, they defined sustainability as meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So I thought, wow, if this is now so topical, and this is something that a lot is about, then please, can we make this a given? Can we make this a no-brainer? Can this be, all projects cover this? Meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability for the future generations. This should be a given and incorporated in all projects, and not something a project should be about. But sustainability also has sometimes negative connotations. This is a quote from a designer from Nike, and he said on an event on materials, he said sustainability takes all the fun away, and I was quite shocked when I heard that, because it shouldn't be seen as a problem, but more as a challenge. And I think that challenge can be really fun as a designer, how to make something really beautiful project or something really desirable from that is also sustainable. And for that, I want to say, please use the philosophy and not the aesthetics, because when something is about a certain the sustainability, it shouldn't have to look also sustainable. I think there shouldn't be a recycled look. So beauty is very important, and I think that's very important for designers. That is something we can bring, we can do, we can make something desirable, we can make something aesthetically appealing, and therefore reach a large audience and make them interested in your product or your story. And because this is the first thing they will see, and then this will bring this will decide if they depend if they're interested or not. And I talk about beauty and aesthetics, and my GIF doesn't show, but I wanted to quote Imelda Marcos from The Kingmaker. She was First Lady from the Philippines, and there's a documentary on her, The Kingmaker, which I can recommend. But she's an interesting figure, but she says, when I became First Lady, it became demanding for me. I had to dress up and make myself more beautiful, because the poor always want to look for a star in the dark of the night. And then she also quotes, perception is real and the truth is not. And not only the poor want to have a star in the dark of the night, everybody wants to look at the star in the dark of the night. And so make it beautiful, make it spark, and everybody will look, and then they will be interested in your message and your story. And then it shouldn't be about this your sustainability. It should be also about something else. What do you have to say, where you're passionate about? So this is important, where is it about, and why do we do something, and not how. Different mediums bring different ways of thinking. So why do you choose for a certain medium, and what does it say, and what does it tell? And this is a creative process, and that's really, really fun and open to me. And that is also the challenges what sustainability can bring. You can make something of the most beautiful materials, but it's more challenging and maybe more fun to make something beautiful of a material that might be discarded or was not considered appealing to certain people. So when talking about sustainability, it's often about recycling also, and waste. And waste is actually not that old. It's more a concept that of the past 100 years or so. Before, models were much more circular instead of this linear from production to waste perspective or system. This is a rag and bone man in the end of the 19th century in Paris, who would collect old clothes, and they would be recycled or sold, or made something new out of it, new clothes or paper or something else. And that was a business model also on its own. And I also did a project with waste, with this material, Chimera, which is a residue product from the water purifying system. And then I did this project commissioned for the Dutch water authorities. And I made from this material a ceramic glaze, and this was for me a very fun challenge to make from a not an appealing material something which has a look and feel on its own. But this project was not about waste, was not about reuse, was not about recycling. I made with this project a homage to the water cycle in nature. So I went back to the first cups that were found in the Netherlands, but also in more regions. This funnel beaker. And this was for me a symbol that's already since the first humans, we separated ourselves from the animals by making objects. We separated the mud from the water. From the mud we made the cups, and in the cups we drink the water, and we still do that, and I believe we'll always do that in future. And with making these cups, I made an homage to this water cycle. I took the most ancient shape, and I glazed that with the residue from the most modern innovation from the water cycles. Okay, I see a question coming in. Or a comment in the chat. I cannot read it, so we'll save that for the end. But for this, we have to find beauty in unexpected places. And as a designer, I have a curiosity how things are made and where things are coming from. So that brings also you in unexpected places when you trace the whole supply chain, or you trace the whole the value chain where something comes from and where it goes to when it's in the end of its life cycle. And that brings me here to the slaughterhouse. For my project Ventry, I worked with cow stomachs, and in the Netherlands they are not eaten. They end up in pet food most of the time, or biomass energy, so very low quality applications for a high value product or high value life of an animal. And to me, I found this really fascinating. When I first saw the cow stomach, I didn't know what it was. I didn't recognize it, but I saw all these structures, and I honestly I fell in love with it. And I took the cow stomachs and I tanned them, so I turned them into leather-like material, which has qualities like comparable to normal leather, so it's just flexible and soft. And that's my project Ventry. And the cow has 4 different stomachs, and they all have different shapes and textures on the inside to increase the surface for the maximum absorption of substances in the digestion process of the cow. So you have the rumen, which is the first stomach, which has all these ruffles, with this wrinkled skin and scale-like structures and hairy structures like you see on this picture. This is an example of the leather. But you have also the second stomach, the reticulum, which has all this net-like structures, this honeycomb netting. This looks almost like a coral to me. When I saw the cow stomachs for the first time, I didn't know where I was looking at. I saw the structures and these folds, and it looked like something that can be found in nature, and also irregular and honest. And it looked for me more like the skin of a sort of reptile, an animal that I never saw before, sort of this fantasy animal with his skin. And it felt like to me as if I discovered a new species, because I really imagined how this animal would look like when this was the skin, the outside. This is the third stomach, the Amazon, which has on these ruffles and folds. Also, like almost like leaves, like pages of a book. And from the leather, it has potential for a lot of applications. And I also want to bring it from other worlds, from the slaughterhouse to applications where it can be touched and used. So I made handbags from it, and they show the beauty of the beast from another point of view, and how beauty can also be found in unexpected places. And here, this is a picture from here on the right. You see the poof upholstered in the leather, and this brings me back then to my approach on sustainability. What a model that works for me or that fascinates me more is the oval as a sort of model, and this is just my view. What is the oval has two centers in one shape, but they're together. So there are two centers and one shape, so they're opposites of each other, but still connected. And this is between the two centers, between superstition and reality. You can say it's the rational and the irrational. It's the science and it's the magic. They are opposites and still connected. And that the fantasy and the irrational, it can also be dangerous, but it's also appealing and fun. You can also see it in the practice. It can be the research and the artistic part, the hands on the one hand and the imagination on the other hand. And I'm really interested in this, in how opposites come together and borders and where they meet. So shape-shifting is an important thing for me. And shape-shifting physically, really literally with materials. So from the clay, you make it comes from the ground, you make it liquid and you fire it, becomes solid, new forms, but also different meanings, or different values that also you tell a story. Or I can be myself also a little shapeshifter, in the sense that I work interdisciplinary and I often have an outsider view on certain things. And inventory is also something that is shaped from a discarded material to something in a design context, or in a new, that it creates a new skin, a new life. And here there's also these opposites and borders of the inside and the outside, the valuable and the valueless, and the dead and the alive. And this also brings me to the object, which is after Julia Kristeva, this where this border is crossed between object and subject, and when there's this meaning shifts, and this can be this feeling evoked, this sort of feeling of horror. And that's the best example for this feeling is when you looking at a corpse, then it's neither object or subject, and when we look at it, we are confronted with our own mortality. And this feeling of object that can also be evoked with the cow stomachs or with working with waste. It brings sometimes a really strong reaction to people, because on the one hand, when looking at the inventory cow stomach leather, it has a hairy structures. You can imagine an animal skin of a soft and hairy, and on the other hand, you look at an organ or of a dead body. And this brings me to anthropomorphism, and our relation to objects. And Betty Manko says that through objects we understand ourselves better, and that goes even beyond anthropomorphism. So anthropomorphism is something that you project your own human emotions onto something else. This happens a lot with animals, when we say that the animal's happy, for instance. But she says our relation with objects can also go beyond that. And she proposes to look at objects in a new and animistic ways. So animism is to assign a soul to non-living things. And she says then the objects will have multiple ways of making sense. It will change our relationship with objects. And these boundaries between objects and subjects can shift, and therefore we can have new relationships with our objects. And she makes the comparisons with object relics, and she describes them as objects in which we pour our needs, desires, emotions, and hope for a better future. And she makes a comparison with the anti-aging serums and stuff. That's sort of also magical qualities, or at least hopes that you will look younger and will solve your problems and everything will be beautiful and fresh. But I can see this with sustainability too. This is also the objects in which we really put our needs and desires for hopes for a better future. We hope for a better future, and that's why we want sustainability, and that's something we believe in. So for the this is a quote from trend forecaster Liedewij Edelkoort, and she forecasts that in the future also people will grow and cherish their selected possessions so deeply that we will eventually see the rise of animism. So it's not something I made up, but it's also she sees as well. And she says, so with this animism where objects are respected and treated like pets. And I think this will be something to what will be a solution also for a more sustainable approach. If we cherish our objects like pets, if they are so become important for us, then we take care of them and repair them and love them, then this will then we can desire our needs, but in a way that we don't take away the needs of the future generations. Then we go to part 2. So this was an introduction on how I view sustainability and my relation to objects and materials. And I think we should also design in this way that the objects can be cherished. And now I want to introduce a few projects that I worked with very different clients, and to show you. So the first part, this is what really motivates me and what is my vision that I think are important. And then here in this new part 2, we go to the clients, because they honestly don't really care how I really am fond of animism and how my imagination interacts with objects. They have other needs as well. So first part was what's in it for me, but the clients always want what's in it for them. So I will introduce different projects. So first project I want to introduce is Circle of Heritage. This is a new way of a different urn. I work commissioned for business to consumer. So I get commissioned by consumers directly, and they ask me to make a new a urn from the cremation's ash of their loved ones. So that's a really personal relation I have done with the clients. So they come to me with the cremation ash, and and I can make a bone china from it. That's a form of porcelain with bone ash as main complement. And instead of making the urn with the ash inside, it can be the outside of it, can be open form of the porcelain. And this can bring new ways of commemorating their loved ones. With this project, I work really closely with my clients. It's really personal. They share often their story, what was important for them. They come over at my studio. We have tea. It's based on trust and patience, and on a very personal feeling for them, of course. So this is something that takes a lot of time to work with them, and also you have to take all their emotions in consideration in the communication through email and in the packaging and the way of working and the way of touching and handling the object. So this is something a client that is very personal and delicate, I would say. Second project I want to introduce is the new field. I did this business to consumer to a small organization, and I made in a small edition site-specific vases from local clay. But they were two ladies that had this organization in a local area to make meaning for this area that was in development. So there would be houses built, and the landscape would change and disappear. And they asked me to make something for the last time with this clay. Now it was still accessible. And to work with this client was also very personal, because it was just the two of them. They had this company on this was more organization, very idealistic base. They really believed in their in their goal and how they founded it. So although it was in a small quantity, the vases that they would later sell, I had also to make really sure to have that I had a good personal relation with them, because it felt way more personal with them than I would have with a normal company. So I made also here the vases based on the shapes of the archaeological finds of the area with the clay from the area, and inside is a illustration of the animals and the species of the nature that were still living there, the herbs, but also the big digging machine that would come to build the houses. Then the modernism project, that was also business to business. This was a project commissioned by the Dutch water authorities, and they had a new way of purifying water. And they wanted to have a sort of campaign for this new technology, and they approached me to see if I could make something of this residue material in order to show what new innovation they had, because they got a lot of press about it, but as you saw before, this residue material, what was then unique from this purifying system, it was just a brown powder. And if you want press and people need sort of beautiful image to click on if they're interested, is also the beauty, the aesthetics we talked about before. And if you just show brown powder, that's not appealing. So they wanted a design point of view to create an image, to have an object that they could exhibit, and that's then so that's what I did. So when I went there this question for them was really free. So I got the material, could experiment, and then there was just one time I would present a project, and then they would give a go, and then I could execute it. And I was really enthusiastic with my ideas of the funnel beaker and to make the cups. And I showed them also the picture of the tiles. These are just my small test tiles that I do, so I could make tests on different temperatures and stuff. And they said, "Oh, you can make tiles." And I thought, yeah, duh, I make a ceramic glaze. It can be glazed on everything. But that was not how they were thinking. They needed this picture to see what was the potential of the project. And I just was really focused on the story and the heritage and the different museums and the forms and way of working of the prehistoric times. And I just lost myself in the cups because I really love that. But the business potential here was, of course, in the tiles that I had I didn't saw that at that time. And I luckily had my client that looked at the picture of tiles and thought, yeah, we can do tiles. So I made the cups for the exhibition, but the tiles and that was just a one-off piece, which was a nice project. But then you're done, and now I'm making also the tiles for them to make them in their new buildings. And when it's a glaze, I can do whole walls, and that are much larger quantities, and that's way more interesting as a business model than having a cup that you sell once in a while, business to consumer through a gallery who takes also a large commission fee. So this was luck by an accident, that the tiles were way better business model for this. And now I'm also, because they are making now new water installations to purify it, so that's all buildings that are built now that need a tile wall to demonstrate what the material could do. So that was a great opportunity for me, and also for them to show their visitors this way how the material could be, and the tiles are for them to tell a story. And this can also be brought into the relational gifts they give to their own people for Christmas, for instance, or for if they go retired, or for something special, to have more applications from the glaze. So this is something I would advise you to think not only in your most great story, but also see what techniques you use, and if that can also be applied on a bigger scale, and how they would do that. Because this was with the Modernism project, it was very different client than with the one from the organization with the local clay, because here this is something on a national level, which is way larger and more possibilities for growth. Then next to, so this was actually all ceramics, but I also do, I'm a creative thinker, and I also do design thinking sessions. What is really a great thing is that it's really clear, the methodology. So that's really good. I see that it's also a need for the client, that you can really prove sort of your methodology up front. You say, okay, then I go to this phase, then I would do that, and that they really know where they will invest in and how you work. Because for me personally, I'm with a creative process. For example, with the other projects you see, that is just something that comes, that's not via methodology, but that's very creative. But for when you work with a client, that can feel for them risky because then they don't understand the way you think or the way you work, because they work themselves in very different ways. And through working with a methodology, you can really prove, and you have sort of also an authority of a methodology, and that can work for them. So I do this for companies in the food industry. So they also have organic waste materials, but also in very different fields, for example, accounting. And you were maybe already wondering, why is there no picture? This is something because the ideas, what was very interesting realization for me, and that's also a really interesting business model that maybe would work for you too, but because the ideas you generate, and this happened to me, the intellectual property is yours, and this is something when they like your idea. So you do a design thinking on a certain problem that lives in the company, or sort of challenge in the product they have. And if you're through this process, you come to a new solution or a shape or a different application, then you should make it also really clear in your conditions beforehand. Then this idea is yours and they can buy it from you. So you can give a certain workshop, or you can do this methodology for a certain price, and then you can say, okay, and if you really like the idea, you can buy it from me, and then you have a negotiation on what your idea is worth. And this is really, I would say this is just really nice, extra easy cash to get paid for extra for good ideas. Less, it's because now also I cannot show you because the I have had to sign the to keep it secret, because they are now claiming the intellectual property. But it is a business model that works. Then lastly, I already talked about, I introduced to you Ventry already. This is a project that has a lot of potential to sell direct to consumer in retail, the handbags, for instance, but also to clients, to other businesses, for example, for the upholstery or for wall covering or automotive industry. This has a lot of potential, but I'm still working on the improvements and the upscaling. This is something that is my own project that I do develop myself without a client yet. But this is for me a sort of flagship project to show my way of thinking, and this is sort of the entry, my shopping window, to show what I can do, and through that I can do then the design thinking with on the problems or the specific cases of my clients. So yeah, I need that to be able to do the other projects. And yeah, I hope you have questions for me, and you can share your own projects or your own cases that we can discuss, or maybe have advice. Yeah, I'm looking really forward to your questions, and I hope this was helpful and inspiring for you. Thank you.
Спасибо, Billy.
Thank you, Billy, for your unique way of thinking, for that you create new senses with the help of design. And what's valuable in that in this process, you're involving and attracting the client, the customer. You give an opportunity to a human being, whether this is the business or a person, to add to your story with his or her own thoughts to develop it. This is a unique way. I would even say that this way of thinking, like Billy thinking, can become a nice educational course for those who would like to get to know how to think how Billy does. But this is not only the way of thinking for you, it's also an opportunity to implement different projects. There are numerous, they're so diverse. We'd like to speak about each of them, of course, separately. So if there are no questions so far, I'd like to pose my own philosophical question. Maybe the answer would be much longer because we are so short of time, but still. We'd like to get to know how you think, to look at your life hacks. So the question is the following. If you were asked to create a certain object which a person would like to take for the whole life, what could it be? Would it be some material or intangible object of design? Would you please tell what can come up to your mind just now for the whole life of a person, and how do you search for those ideas in some unexpected places?
For an object that someone can take with them or cherish for their whole life, then of course it should be durable material, something that can resist the time. So it should be well made. It should be made of a durable material, and it should be have also personal value for this person that wanting to take care of it. And I personally, I am more so when I look at if I look around me at my objects, and there are all memories attached or stories, or I got them from a certain person that I love. So these are objects that I will always would like to surround me with, and that I will cherish and not disregard because they are so meaningful to me. So I think that to create a more meaning to it than only a function, because if it's just a functional object, it can also be very easily replaced. So I would look for something that is unique to that person. And personally, I really like touching things, so I would like that it's appealing to touch it. It's in that it wears in a nice way, that it is comfortable in the hands. I would go for objects like this. Yeah.
Что-нибудь тактильное, да?
Something tactile, right? And those touches, together with an object, they will be given to your children then, who would touch those objects as well. And in this way, there can be the connection between the generations. So this is what we can create in our mind.
I would like to invite Daria Biryukova to our discussion, because I can see that Daria is here with us. So if you have any question, Daria, then maybe you can just welcome to our discussion. So join us if you would like to say
Billy.
Something.
Hi. Yes, I would like also to ask a question, because of course we know each other for already quite some time, and I know very well your practice and your studio. But listening to you, actually, it also opened up new perspectives for me, and especially I have a question like, what do you think with this fast fashion? Yeah, that we have all the trends that appears in front of us, that we say, okay, now this is fashionable, this is fashionable. How in this fast changing world you can create your favorites, and how can you stick to it? Like, what would you advise to people who are now looking to Instagram's, Facebook, fast changing trends? How do you make these people make a choice and also stick to that, to make that your favorite, you know, and to hold the products and objects longer with you?
Yeah, I think then people should be educated. I think education, it will be a big part of it, in also materials and how things are made. And then I don't only mean working conditions and the industry, but I mean how a garment works and how things are stitched and what are finishings and how materials can feel and different qualities of materials and how they're nice, because something can look really beautiful and appealing and new on Instagram on the picture, but how does it feel, and is this something you want to touch, and how is the material? Because since I'm really passionate about these materials and how things are made, I also don't want this fast fashion anymore, because it's not beautiful made. The materials don't feel nice. The finishings aren't well done. And when you make things yourself, you can see that. And then it doesn't work for me. It is also, do you want something? Do you want to take care of this garment? Do you want to also to care for it? Do you want to repair it? Do you want to put also your attention in it? Because then you can make it your own, and it will have a life with you, and you will take care of it, and then in that way it will be something that becomes precious and dear to you. And
yeah, so basically that we have to ourselves as a consumers make a decision that we would like to make our own choice personal. So we would like to have items that will represent ourselves rather than the fashion trends, so that it will be like to become ourselves more as a designer, so that everybody becomes a sort of self-designer and make this let's say conscious choices towards what they want to wear rather than what others want you to wear.
Yeah, and do you want to repair it, and do you know how to repair it?
Exactly. Yeah,
maybe this I think there's a big part also in education. It's also to educate people in how to repair their own stuff, and this way you would also maybe value your objects more, because you have an understanding in how much effort it's something takes.
And the other question I had, but how do you think this new relationship with objects can be beneficial for new businesses? So how can they use this strategy, and let's say how do they communicate it with their clients, with a new brand or an existing brand? So how can they make this shift and still, let's say, be able to sell things, you know? So that is always a bit a question. So there we can make things still buyable, you know, so that it is not an extreme high price, but still something valuable, and that you can establish relationship and not, that is something that will not be discarded very fast.
Yeah, then you have to sell a story too. And this will make also then your product unique, or your service that will be, and then you can be different than your competition, because that was also why I took this quote. So these objects in which we pour our needs and our desires and emotions. So make sure this to feel needs and desires, to make a story around the emotions, and this way it will be much easier to engage in these objects, and it will make them desirable on the one hand, and you will differentiate yourself from the competition, and on the other hand, people feel way more attracted and attached to their objects, and therefore they will take care of it and repair and will stay with them for a longer time.
Yeah, thank you, Billy. I think we have also questions from the chat. Yeah.
Да, я хотела просто про предметы.
Yes, I wanted to ask more about objects first. As a consumer, I'd like to say that, as far as I understand, now we, as consumers, from consumerism, from consumption, we will come closer to some different relationship with this material world, when we will more, as the owners, we will take care about those objects. We will provide them with some specific abilities and will show our love to those objects. This is what we, the consumers, will need to get to know how to do, because so far we know only how to consume. And this consumerism brought us to where we are now at. So this is also needs to be taught. Do I understand you correctly?
Yes, of course. And for the sustainability is, of course, a very large picture. It also lies in the production and in government, which materials can be used and what doesn't, and working conditions. I mean, this is, of course, very large topic. And I also don't want to blame or to put only responsibility to the consumer, because sometimes it's just not true. But what we can do, and what I would like to do also as a designer, of course, be conscious on what to use and how to work with it and how to consider environment, materials, and people, but also to how can you make something that will not be out of trend next year, and then like fast fashion, and then we end up in the garbage. Or how do you make something that it can be repaired, or that you consider this just also often in small things. For example, in the garment, with that you just provide extra buttons. For instance, when you sell a blouse, that you can still change it when you lose something, then just make it easier for the consumer also to repair something, and as a company to also provide this aftercare. So if people, will they have the possibility with you that they can recycle? Do they have the possibility to do you have a repair service? How can you also provide this extra care for a company?
Дуже дякуємо. У нас ще є запитання з чату.
Thank you very much. We held this question from the chat box as well. Thank you very much, Billy. It would be very interesting. How do you produce ideas? What inspires you? What has to be present in the life of a designer, of a creative person, to keep this source of ideas burning?
I'm really interested in stories and in philosophy and poems. So for me, my inspiration is in fiction, actually. So beautiful, so movies and books, way more than looking at other objects and what other designers are doing. I mean, they're very much admirable brands and people and companies out there, but for me, my inspiration is in the world of the imagination of filmmakers or novelists. There, yeah.
Great.
И если сказать одним словом...
So in one word, Billy, this is the designer of the ideas, designer storyteller, the designer of unexpected things. So who you are, Billy? Who are you then? Which type of designer are you? A storyteller or who?
Yeah, I guess so. But then and then I tell the story through the object.
Так, щось у нас пропав звук Білі. We can't hear you.
Мы не слышим, Билли.
Billy, we don't hear you. But
without the headphones, is this better?
Better.
Okay, thank you. Oh yeah, I see now also my internet's unstable. Well, I hope it will stay. I will stay with you so for me, the object, so for example, the handbag, this is something to engage with the audience and to get their attention for consumer, but also future clients, to show what something can do, how to have a recognizable product with recognizable function. And then when they come closer, they will discover the material, they will or discover with the faces the clays or the references, and then you can engage and you can have a dialogue and inspire each other. So it is through the objects that we make these abstract themes or these stories more tangible.
Спасибо, Billy.
Thank you, Billy. We're awaiting for new stories from you. They're just incredible, and you are incredible. So nice, have a nice success in your creativity.
Сподіваюсь, до нових зустрічей.
Thank you very much, and I hope we'll be able to meet you soon. And I know that there's a lot of people and a lot of designers have joined us right now, and I do hope that they have been inspired by your presentation. Now they have a lot of new ideas, and now they felt a different point of view to the average things. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Well, thank you very much for having me. Thanks a lot.
Нас ждут еще.
And we're going on. We are waiting with the new impressions. Thank you so much, Billy. I'd like to remind you that our aim is to take some of the ideas and to use them in a nice sense of the word, of course. We can get the new tools listening today, new ideas and insights, whatever you can take out of this workshop, to use it later in your practice or for the change of your own way of thinking, which is already a huge step forward.
Yes, and today our speakers that we have from the Netherlands, they are among the most influential designers of 2020. They're not just creating beautiful design objects, because in their resumes, in their CVs, it's not only said designer, it also says the materials development, researcher, social designer, storyteller, and many other markers. So there's many other aspects they're covering.
Yes, modern designers are in fact, well, at least in the Netherlands for sure, they are working in the cross-section of the disciplines, and Billy approved that, they can suggest some new tools to the businesses, creative tools for the changes, to change their business models for the new models with the sustainable development principles. And today, all of them are focused on whether it's a good, long-lasting and useful footprint we are leaving as consumers for the future generations. So our next guest and participant of today's workshop is designer from the Netherlands, Gundega Stauberger, who is from Latvia originally. She is the graduate of Eindhoven Academy of Design. This autumn, at Dutch Design Week, she was a participant of the exhibition of Rethinking Plastic, and her works are also coming in the search of new senses with the help of design to make people feel. For instance, if we speak about plastic, for her, it's a material whose value is changing during the whole history of humanity. And this history of plastic is reflecting our history, the history of humanity. This is her attitude to plastic, and she considers it from the archaeological point of view. So she says that in the future, the plastic will be the resource which will be found by our future generations under the earth. They will be the fossils of the long past days. Those are like valuables from the Anthropocene epoch to tell our future generations about different types of artificial fossils. This is an unusual approach for providing the plastic as a valuable fossil. She hopes in this way to make us people to reconsider our use of plastic as a one-time use object and to challenge the attitude on the discarding. This is already the fossil which is useful, so you cannot just discard it.
Yes, of course, and there's a lot of things that we can continue mentioning Gundaga's projects because they were really inspired, were personally inspired by her projects and her treatment of this resource from the Anthropocene era, as you have said, is very interesting. And we know that she's already with us. And can you hear us, Gundaga? Can you hear us well? Everything works out fine. You can see us, hear us. Just give us a sign. Good. We're already waiting for your presentation to start.
Thank you. Thank you for this nice introduction. And thank you for having me. It's been very inspiring to listen to the other
Gundega, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we have very poor sound. Can you check your microphone maybe?
Okay. How do I check? Do you hear me at all?
Yeah, but really, I'm not sure that it will be comfortable for translators.
Is it now better?
Yes.
It's not actually.
Okay.
Нет?
I'm not sure. It usually works. Okay.
Какой-то фон.
We have we hear some strange. Oh, it's now it's better.
Oh.
Okay. Sorry about that. I didn't realize. Yeah. So thank you for introducing me. I'm going to share my screen now, and today I'm going to tell you about one of my latest projects. I hope you see everything.
Yeah. We can see and hear.
That's great. So one of my graduation projects was Beach Combers. It's a collection of baskets and different handcrafted objects from sea waste, from the marine waste, from fishing industry. And so I would like to call it like a visual essay, and I'm going to guide you through the process of making this project and how it came to be. So it kind of started, I think, 2 years ago when I was working on this book that you mentioned in the introduction. I was working on an illustrated book of plastic specimens, so to say, thinking about how in the future this will be, all these disposables will still be there because they don't leave our earth so easily, and just looking at it from a perspective that it's something valuable and something that we want to cherish and keep, because the resources of plastics will have been already outsourced. And during this project, I was focusing on the book mostly, but for presentation purposes, I also created some plastic rocks, and I was experimenting a lot just to have like a visual representation of what I meant. And somehow during my experiments, I also started to work with ropes, with plastic ropes, the ones on the right side. And I made different samples from that. And I somehow felt that this is an interesting outcome visually. So a year later, I came back from my internship and had to think about graduation projects. And I decided to pick up on this and to focus on the raw material and to decide what I can do with it. So this kind of approach was also new for me. I usually have an idea in mind, what I want to achieve, what kind of story I want to tell. But this time it really started from material explorations, and I just wanted to let it surprise me and see where it leads me and what I can come up with. So during this process, I realized that the material somehow looks like coral, and that led my research further, and it inspired me to look at corals and what is happening with them right now in the marine environment. I think everybody knows that they are becoming really scarce and that the corals are currently dying because, of course, because of pollution. So this kind of relation inspired me. I was thinking about how the natural things are becoming less in our oceans, but the artificial ones are replacing it. And also thinking about how humans like to take nature in a box, put it in living room and look at it. And more, I think in the future this will happen, because what is happening actually in nature is not what you see in postcards. It's really changing a lot, but that's something that people don't want to see and acknowledge. So this was something that I wanted to work with the ropes project. So I thought about tourism a lot, and tourism at the beaches and how it's represented. And also it's known that a lot of corals and protected species are being sold for money, which is illegal now. But many people have them at home in living room or bathroom, like seashells, corals, and different rocks. But what is actually underneath the water is what we see on the right side. It's a lot of waste from fishing industries, and I hear that a lot of times they just it's too much to bother to dive and rescue the net if it's stuck, so they just cut it and leave it there. So that is really something that we don't see with our eyes, but is happening more and more every day. So thinking about tourism and souvenirs and selling corals, it kind of led me to look at these street vendors and people on beach selling things. And I thought it looked somehow really amusing to me, the silhouettes that they create by piling up the souvenirs that they want to sell. So I started to draw out these shapes, and this is the point where I realized that I want to work with photography, and that I want to represent the waste material as a souvenir that people would like to buy, because for me, in my eyes, it was the honest souvenir from the seaside. It's not the corals anymore, because we simply don't have them anymore. What we have instead is waste. So then I started to make a few samples and playing around with Photoshop and thinking how it could look like together in the photos. But I didn't know what to make exactly. One of the things that I was working on as sample was I used the material to shape it around different bowls that I had in my house. So I decided to work on baskets. Baskets is one of the oldest crafts of humankind and very commonly sold on the street as a souvenir as well. People who make them on the street and sell them, trying to make a living. So I decided to stick with this product for now and to make a collection of baskets from ropes. And of course, then I wanted to use this waste, and how do I get to this waste material? So my project was happening during the pandemic. I was stuck at home, and I initially wanted to visit different fishing villages and talk to the people myself and see or maybe walk on the beach and collect some materials. But that seemed to be very difficult at that time. So I had to do something that I'm not very comfortable actually doing. I was reaching out to many different companies and organizations that are working to clean up the sea, which is actually a more effective way to access this material, because they really have a lot of it, and they collaborate with divers who are diving to rescue these nets, which are actually very complicated and exhausting operations. So the company that I ended up collaborating with is called Healthy Seas. These are all the partners that they have. So you can see that they collaborate with many different organizations as well. Some of them are making socks, some of them are making accessories, and Econil is one of the biggest one that makes yarn out of these ropes and nets, and then later transforms it into garments and swimsuits and things of that like. So the people who dive are from Ghost Diving Greece organization, and I was lucky to find out that they have a collection point in Den Oever in the Netherlands, a few hours drive away from where I am in Eindhoven. So I rented a car and went there with a friend, and I could pick up as much material as I wanted. And something I was, so then I was, yeah, working on these baskets. And I was also surprised to see how colorful these ropes are. I was expecting a lot of gray and dark black green tones, but to my surprise, they are really quite aesthetic and beautiful materials to work with. So this is the first collection that I ended up with, these 10 baskets, and this is how my house looked like, really messy. I just had to work all over the place and drying the nets, and it was smelling like fish, but that was also kind of made it all seem very real. And I was happy to finally work with real waste. And when you use the material, first I have to cut it in small pieces and then take apart the fibers, and then later by applying heat it shrinks a lot. So in this process you can actually really process a lot of waste. It becomes very small, so it's very labor intensive, but that was for me kind of a way to spend the lockdown in the Netherlands, and listening to podcasts and watching movies and just stitching and working on this. So that whole thing kind of made me see it as a craft, because it takes a lot of time. So it became a scenario where people who live around seas in these villages that are highly polluted, that this would be something that they do all the time. They realize that it's in their own hands to clean up the shorelines, and they just start collecting this material and selling it to the tourists, for instance. So the photos I also had to create at home, inviting my neighbors to come over in my garden and photoshopping them later on. So this is the collection of the first photo series, and I would like to continue with that, which I am doing currently. So the project ended up in ICSI Expo in Eindhoven. I was lucky to exhibit there because it was in October, just before Dutch Design Week was cancelled, and but we could continue with the projects at ICSI, which I'm very grateful for, and it led me also to give a speech in Amsterdam, and I was lucky enough to meet up with Konstantina from Healthy Seas, whom I've been emailing constantly, and we talked a little bit about the future and that they still want to support me with giving the materials, and it was all very nice collaboration in general. So I'm still working on this and trying out new shapes or products and making new samples. Also, as I'm listening, I'm just working on it, and it's like a very nice thing to do when you watching a movie. And so I also want to involve other people to work on this, and I have some future plans for this project. So maybe if you have some questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Гундега, невероятная история.
Gundega, that's an incredible story. The designers, as a designer, you told us how the waste can be transformed into a craft, and after that into a business for the banks, and then for the job places for the people who are living at this land. So the whole chain of people working there, how did you manage to think that all through? That all of that is so harmonic and aesthetical. So the project is really amazing and stunning, and everything is working.
Yes, the project is very inspiring, really. We really want to include Daria Bidukova to our discussion because she also wanted to say something. And I see there are a couple of ideas.
I have an idea, so inspiring. So we will connect you with our participants, of course. Daria,
yes. Hi, Gundega. Also nice, very nice to see you. Yeah, thank you for inspiring talk. Yeah, I know your project also. It was part of the exhibition in ICSI Expo in Eindhoven as a part of Rethinking Plastic exhibition. Yeah, I think that it's, from my side, the question would be, how do you think you can, let's say, what would be the next steps for this project? And do you see it like a sort of a repetition? So you apply the same methodology, for example, with the other areas, so with the other souvenirs collections, or with the other countries. So can you explain a bit more about it?
Yeah, thanks for the question. There are kind of 3 areas that I see this could go further, which I am all quite keen on. So I'm just kind of seeing what happens next. But personally, what I thought would be really interesting is to really turn it into a platform for people who live in highly polluted areas and give them like the mental tools and guidelines how to use this material, and we could work on it together and later donate some of the profit to more organizations that would clean oceans, for example. I'm very inspired. In my country, in Latvia, there are lots of people on the street who are selling handmade things or flowers from the garden or mushrooms that they collect on the roadside. And I always wanted to do like a photography project about it. And now I'm happy that this is actually a way I can do a photography project about it, but then also by giving them the things to sell as well. So that's from one direction. Another one is to really expand the product range and make other things from it as well, which I see is definitely possible. Like I said, you can use it really as a clay material. You just shape it around any mold and it will become that object. Or I can also use it as a fiber and make carpets, which I'm currently experimenting with, like rugs, for instance. And yeah, and the third one direction could be also collaborating with companies and really try out the specific properties of this material, and maybe it can be applied to in architecture or like really functional products. So possibilities are a lot, but maybe what interests me personally is really the craft side of it, the storytelling side, the art aspect of it. But I'm open to all of these because, yeah, I think there's a lot of potential still, and I'm just getting started.
Yeah, because I was thinking that when you hear the story, it actually can also offer a very interesting business case for municipalities, for example. If you take as a reference any kind of waste which is present in very high amounts, indeed in another country, and you, let's say, apply a design thinking in that how you can transform these waste streams into something valuable specifically for this area, I think that's a very interesting narrative that for me personally, inspiring in your project. So how you can transform a waste to something that can actually create also interest in that or another region.
Yes, indeed. Yes. Yeah. But for me, this project was also about shifting the responsibility, let's say, from companies and designers to the common people, to everyone, because the project is also commenting on the really increasing amount of waste. It's really piling up, and I think it's time that we don't only rely on designers, and I mean, designers have to introduce these scenarios, but big companies are functional products. But it's really about how everyone is realizing, let's clean up the mess, and everyone gets creative with it. So I think that's for me, I don't want to lose that part of this project as well. So
yeah, very nice. Yeah, it's very, very inspiring.
Thank you.
Я думаю, что нам надо пригласить
I think
Гундега.
that we need to invite Gundega to Ukraine because we've got lots of crafts which are rather unique, and it would be interesting for you. And we've got lots of waste as well. And
I would love that.
And also we have the need to develop tourism, local tourism as well. And of course, we need new job places, which with their stories, you will be able to provide to the people who really like craft and handmade stories and to like to work in such a wonderful project.
And we have as well a question, not that much of a question, but maybe as an offer. Okay, let it be an offer. Thank you very much for sharing your experience, but have you considered collaborating with the companies have there been any companies that have been interested in your ideas?
Yeah, I'm always open to discuss collaboration, definitely. So far, I've been invited to share some samples with Envisions. It's a collective based in Eindhoven, and they present different samples for different companies without like a focus on any end product. So the company can decide if this can be beneficial to them. So I will have a photo shoot with them in a week. So this is kind of like really in a near future, and who knows, maybe from there it goes somewhere further, and maybe a company is interested. It will be the material will be uploaded in the Brains of Materials database. So I'm curious to see, and I'm sure it would be a different approach and other things to focus on. So purely material and its properties, if I get a collaboration like this, but I'm certainly open to that. I think that's quite promising.
Yeah, definitely. В мене ще так бачу зараз прийшло.
Yes, I can see that we also have another question. The materials that the designer uses, that you have used, how you collect those materials, how do you process those, or this is already the recycled materials? But I guess that's Maria who's asking this question has missed the presentation a little bit, but I will once again readdress Gundega with this question.
How do I collect? Yeah, I'm collaborating with the Healthy Seas. It's an organization that has people who dive into the ocean and they rescue the nets. And they have collection points in different places. And one of them is in Den Oever in the Netherlands, where I went to collect this. There's a fisherman base. And what they do, they don't not only go fishing in the sea, but they also gather the nets that they encounter on the way. So I was able to go there and collect the material of my liking, of any color or size. Yeah, so that's how I do it. And they are mostly cleaned already, because they do send this material further to Econil, for instance, where it's being processed into a yarn and later into socks. So they were quite clean to work with. So there was not like, some of them were really covered in shells and moss and things like that, algae. But I had the luxury to avoid it because there was really a lot to choose from.
У мене ще моє запитання.
And I have a question as well on how the local workers, how the local labor, are they motivated to produce those objects? How do you think you will motivate the local population? Can you control the quality of the product that comes out of their craft based on your technology?
Yeah, that's a very good question, which I don't have the answer to right now, because this is something I would like to try and see in the future. Let's say when it's safe again to visit people, to visit each other and give workshops. And I would be interested in going back to my country, to Latvia, and as well to Ukraine, if you will have me. And really, I think there's a lot of areas where people are in poverty, and usually those are the most polluted areas. So I really don't know at this point, but I hope to find out soon.
The solution will be found. Ще питання від нашої аудиторії.
And there's another question from our audience. Thank you very much. That's a very interesting project. And I've seen that all of the participants of our today's discussion are women, not a single man. Do you think that it is why that's happening? Is it just that the issue of ecological approach, recycling and reuse of things is mostly widespread among women because of the peculiarities of women's psychology? We know we have to take care of the further generation, have practical approaches of their security, and so on and so forth. What do you think? And Daria, this is a question to you as well. So how do you think there is a difference between this approach on this ecological point of view based on gender? Is this the difference between how men and women treat the ecological issues?
No, I think that today we have luck to let's say female speakers, but actually there are also a lot male designers, for example, in our community, also in Gundega, a year of graduation. Yeah, I think maybe yeah, how can I tackle it? Yeah, maybe we are, as women, we are a bit more tangible, a bit more let's say sensitive to these topics, but still there are more male designers who are working on that, and maybe even more to the technical aspects of it, you know, to more technical applications of design. I think the 29th, on the second day of the forum, we will also have a couple, is House of Thorn. It's a couple of husband and wife who are both working very hard on the direction of sustainable design and sustainable products. So I think it's just, yeah, we have to meet more often, and we have more interesting speakers also next time for the male audience.
І що думає Гундега?
Oh,
And who
You're asking me. Yeah, I kind of agree with Daria. I think there's a lot of male people who also approach this issue. It might be a coincidence that today it's not like that. Yeah, I don't know what to add. You might think that crafts is like something very feminine, but that's like a old school assumption that I'm willing to experiment with. Maybe I can actually put it into practice and try giving this assignment to different people, and both male and female, and see what comes out of it. But so far this thought really never crossed my mind, but it's interesting to think about that as well.
Yeah. Еще дискуссию продолжаем.
Да.
Еще?
І ще в мене було питання.
And I also had another question on this connection between arts and businesses, of how this social projects, social responsible projects, how it can then turn into a business project. What you need to go through some certain ways, through some certain paths through that. So what is the path that you're currently going through to turn this project into business project?
Yeah, I graduated very recently, so now it's still really in the beginning phase where it belongs in a gallery, and it's also currently at ICSI, but it's going to another museum in Sittard soon. So I think this is something, it's a choice as well that you have to make. If it is a business project or is it an art project, and that will influence the way you present it. So I'm currently open to anything, but at this phase, it's an art project still for me. As long as it's more about the story and less about the function of the product, I think it's an art project. And for me, I'm still there, and I quite like it that way as well, because I think there are a lot of business design projects concerning waste materials, but not so many storytelling projects. So yeah.
Дуже дякую. Це як маніфест, так?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, so it's in a way of manifesto.
If I can add on that, I think that designers in general, when we start a project, we start indeed as a manifest. So we create a message, we create a storytelling, and then each project can lead towards some upscaling, but not necessarily. Sometimes it can stay as a manifest and then inspire other companies and other movements, let's say, to proceed. So it's really how to look at it, because sometimes design as a manifest has much more impact than a one-to-one application and upscale, So it's really also a matter of time and matter of, let's say, readiness of the audience also. So yeah, in that way, I think projects like Gundega, it creates this awareness, and also I hope will create more people who would be interested to work with waste and work with secondary materials to create such applications, and also work possibilities for social groups who have, for example, now limited access to working and to get payable jobs. So it's also in that way the designers work to inspire and to create, to give others possibility also to establish businesses, ideas, etc., etc.
And educate, I would like to add also, because such project is also educational, has strong educational impact. And in participating in such exhibition like Rethinking Plastic, which of course can circulate in different country. Of course, now because of all these limits, it's not so easy, but also this access through internet and different kind of programs can give this opportunity, and to attract more people. And it's like also a question to answer to the question before. It was how to promote sustainability between different kind of business, also people, consumers, government, and everybody and all other stakeholders.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, through the manifest and through this kind of projects. But I think also what we see also with Billy's presentation, Gundada, and also mine, I think the responsibility of designer is also initially start creating things which are sustainable, because who else than not us, people who are able to create the beautiful applications, could be responsible, let's say, because we make people fall in love in something, let's say, like something, buy something, but it's our responsibility to make it sustainable, I think, and to make as much as possible this transition in minds of businesses that that's what they need, because it's actually the profession of design is in that way very powerful, in my opinion, because it can make this shift without maybe even sometimes people, your customers or people who buy product realizing it, because at the end they will just like it how it looks and they will buy it. But our task is to make it sustainable, I think.
Yes. Great
Не могу не задать этот...
I can't help asking the following question because it really worries me. I remember 2 years ago, the project, the manifesto, an art project at Dutch Design Week, which had the name of Supermarket of Human Body Parts. And does it have anything in common with sustainability? Well, I'm not sure. This is the project how we would like to be the better versions of ourselves, how we are constantly upgrading our body, and this body positivism, which is now as a trend emerging here. So this rush for the self-improvement. As far as I understand, this was the topic in this supermarket where you exhibited just in the packages some body parts, and you could buy a tongue which would give you an opportunity to speak different languages. Well, of course, all of that was just an art game, but all of that was enchanting. It was kind of really impressive and stunning. I would like to ask, what was the development of this project? Did it develop in any way further on, or it was just an exhibition museum project?
Yeah, unexpected question. Yeah, that's a blast from the past, indeed. I think, yeah, that was a nice time because it was when the time I realized that I really like to work in this like speculative field and making products that maybe make you question reality. And that was one of the first projects of that kind for me. At that time, we were working on it together with the whole class of Design Academy. We were invited to create an exhibition for the topic of Frankenstein novel, and it turned 200 years that year. So we came up with this supermarket of the future where people can upgrade themselves, and we were divided in teams, and I was working together with a friend, and we wanted to comment on plastic surgery and why are people doing that, and what's the history of it, and how far has it gone from the original meaning of having a plastic surgery. So really about upgrading ourselves, and there's really a lot of issues around body positivity or like self-appearance. I think that's a topic that has been becoming also more and more important. So with this, we wanted to make people realize how ridiculous it is actually to want to change yourself. So by applying the same thoughts to a body part that you don't want to change, like tongue, we put tongues into packaging and offered people to change their tongue, because then they would speak a different language, or they would always have a fresh breath, or they would be amazing at giving speeches. There were all kinds of functions. By seeing that, people realized how ridiculous that is, and I was hoping that it would make them also realize that it's the same as if you want to change the shape of your body. It just is what it is. So basically, yeah, that was a fun project, and we exhibited 2 times, once in a museum in Enschede and then at the Dutch Design Week. And yeah, that was pretty fun.
Я б ще додала, що ми насправді п'ятницю.
And I would add up to that, because next Friday was going to continue and on how the speculative design is really giving you an opportunity to turn your idea to something that can be implemented in real life, of how it brings the idea to real life implementation, and how it is very important time after time to use this speculative design and provocative design even sometimes, to think of something that is not really possible or might not happen, and how some certain ideas in some time can actually turn into some realistic implementation, and how they can inspire to create a new approach, something that we could never expect to see before that. So this speculative design, going through this speculation is something that should be also promoted, let us put it this way, as a tool of design thinking that has to be considered and used in the everyday practice.
Yes, thank you, Gundega, for your story, for your narratives and approaches which you use, and for the huge palette which you're using in the creating of those stories. All of your projects are so diverse. You can tell more about your stories at the website. So we will follow your art, and we will go on getting to know more and more new stories from the designers who know how to tell lots of interesting stories.
Yes, so basically now we have seen the great examples in the presentation of all of the speakers today. We have seen these great examples of how important this is to know how to tell your story, to know how to tell your story to all of the people, to all of the stakeholders, let us put it this way, to all of the
Yes, and how it can grow into the concept of business. The stories which are told by the designers are not just the stories and fairy tales. This is what is then coming as a base of new business models. This example from the souvenir business of Gundega is very relevant for us, because the sector of souvenir business is not that well developed here, and it
And from the sustainable position, I would actually see it does not develop. It's not developing at all.
It does not correspond to the existing trends which exist today for the sustainable development tendencies. So we can take those ideas, those approaches, we can be inspired.
So we have seen those approaches and those ideas that have been presented to us by those unbelievably talented designers. And I'm really proud, actually, that we could have them here today. I'm really grateful that they were able to participate in our project. It has been a tremendous honor for us, because sometimes the meetings like that, they can be the changing moments for a lot of people. And I do hope that our audience will be able to learn a lot of new and interesting information for yourself. We're going to keep in touch with all of you. We're going to send you the updates on our today's workshop and on our second session. And we hope we will meet again next Friday. We're going to continue in our discussion. We will have the new speakers coming from the Netherlands and speakers from Ukraine as well, who are going to share their experience. So please stay with us. us. And we're really happy that you have found the time and have found this opportunity to join us today. And we do hope that all of that is going to be very practical for you in the future. And I also would like to remind you that our today's event has been supported by the EU for Business initiative with the support of EBRD. So thank you very much for supporting this project. This is very important for our society and for us as well. So I guess we will just close the event.
And see you soon. On the 29th, we are expecting for you with us on our